So like this stuff and this stuff is ice?
Yeah, it's like a giant mountain, basically.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was finding that pretty confusing, but this is Rodentia.
Yes. So as you can see, how it's not quite big enough to be its own like nation. It has non-aggression pacts with this one, but also these guys here to keep them safe. Have if these guys attack. Also this one because they have things that they want. So
Sorry, so it's Queenstown, the League, and is there another nation they have a pact with? Or non-aggression?
yeah, and this one here. Yeah. So it's
Oh,
it's
I don't see who
basically.
that is.
Oh, let me move that. So this is
Okay.
Grom
Gromvat. Okay.
Grombat. Yeah. So basically,
So,
it's neighboring nations, except for the theocracy. The theocracy is really just like fuck these people. So
okay.
What was the
or
name
fuck
of
these animals.
my? Can you like type in the name of the house again?
Yep. Give me a second. Let me just pull it up. I was gonna make a what are they called notes so that I can give that to stuff. But yeah, it's right here. It's Erebus. Erebus. Let me just make a note about them.
Erebus.
Erebus. Yes.
Is
So
it two
you were
S's?
say again?
Two S's?
No, just one S. Two E's.
Erebus.
Yeah, Erebus.
Okay.
From what the lore you gave me was that Erebus was the father of Nyx.
Yeah.
So I just took that. So the general gist is what he told me is that they basically the theocracy kidnapped you,
Yeah.
brainwashed you into like a Winter Soldier thing, and you're basically undermining uh, the rodent people to make it seem like the theocracy is right about demi-humans being just animals, basically.
Uh, yeah. Like, I'm not sure about Winter Soldier thing. I don't know if the comparison is apt,
Oh,
just because I haven't really thought about it. But,
are you okay? So I guess the question is, are you more of like a sleeper agent, or do you know exactly what you're doing?
uh, knows exactly what they're doing, doesn't know that they plan to be betrayed at the end of it.
Okay, okay. So not Winter Soldier. Winter Soldier is
Like,
more. Well, I guess like they're throwaway soldiers, but
yeah, so
I get what
Throwaway
you mean.
Soldier, uh, thinks that the plan is that they'll undermine their neutrality, and then the theocracy will take over control, and then they'll have a position of like a governor or something where they can like do that. They think that they're
Okay.
going to get something out of it.
Uh, and you believe your character to be more not
Well,
not
so I wanted,
self-sufficient. Yeah, go ahead.
yeah. So when I was thinking about making the character, I wanted it to be at the very least or along the good spectrum, but as I have the story, I'm not sure if that fits too well with it. So I think I want to give you that answer later, but it's probably going to be probably neutral, but the idea being that um, they'll either be focused on laws or people. So I think that the least that they'll be is lawful neutral, being the theocracy is the law. And like like I'm understanding a range of where I could go with it. Of like the theocracy is the law, or no, the theocracy is speaking for the gods, and the gods know what's good. So like an appeal to authority while trying to do the right thing, maybe.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just trying to see your angle, just so I know how to kind of play it later on. If you were just doing it more so of a uh, in it for your own benefit, or doing it because you believe what's right. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I think there's layers.
Okay.
The most basic layer would be these people kidnapped me and put me in terrible conditions. They can do it again. Then the next layer would be they took me out of those conditions and trained me. So I have a bit of a debt to them. And then the next layer would be they want me to do this so that they can give me the carrot finally. So
Okay.
there is fear, there is Stockholm syndrome sort of deal.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's fine. The theocracy is more than happy to do something of that nature, so it does tie in with the story.
Okay.
Um,
I wasn't sure if they would be like so anti demi-human that they wouldn't even consider
uh,
this.
I feel like it would be within the realm of possibility because if their end goal is to unfortunately betray you,
They're
yeah,
just
yeah,
delaying it for
yeah.
20 years.
They're basically using an asset to throw it away, basically. So
Yeah.
if you prove yourself to be a useful asset, I could see them, you know, keeping it on until it fulfills their goals and obviously getting rid of you. But it could be story stuff if you start having character development where you feel like, you know what, I don't want to do this, and then they start trying to dispose of you, and that could be, your choice. You can choose when we start, or if we have to start doing something like that. But it'll, completely be based on what your character does or how it affects the party or X or Y.
Yeah. Hopefully we get some good character moments out of it.
Yeah, I mean, with the way Josh's character is being built, I feel like you two are going to be very either brother in arms or at each other's throats. So it might be interesting to see the dynamic between the two. So
I was hoping to get both in somehow. Uh, I I contacted him a while ago, but I had this thing where once he started talking about what was going on, I felt like anything I said would just be stupid and that I shouldn't talk about it. But I'm not feeling like that right now in a debilitating sense because I'm already talking. So the idea that I wanted to pursue with him was that um, maybe if he was going with one of his character paths that was in the Temple of Soul at a young age, that we saw each other during the early years, but eventually my character was like taken out when they realized, oh wait, you have some tie we can use or something. Like I was thinking maybe there was maybe a nobility tie or something that meant
yeah,
that it
uh,
would be easier to put this
let's
in
put a pin in that just so we can have this conversation when
with
he's
Josh.
here.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah, because I've got some couple of ideas. I just don't know where Josh wants to be with the story.
yeah, and that's fair.
I don't know if he wanted to be caught or not. If you've talked with him recently, I haven't, so I just don't know where he's at with this just
Yeah,
yet. But
he
uh, yeah, I can see we can have like a combo story moment for you two, like in your back history, where it could
yeah,
tie you guys together if that's something he wants to do. But yeah, yeah,
yeah.
we could do that.
And like I said, I he mentioned like the three options he wanted to go with. That what I just mentioned, I think might be able to work with two of them. But yeah, definitely we just need to talk to Josh for that.
Sorry. Yeah,
So,
yeah, that sounds good. And then as far as your character, you were saying mastermind, like rogue type.
maybe it depends if I like this homebrew class that I'm trying to make right now. I don't really know if I will. I'm trying to make it not too combat oriented, but still helpful in combat. Uh,
Okay.
it's weird. I was trying to do like some mechanical tie-ins with hirelings, but I think that's playing with fire because hirelings just get unbalanced too quickly. or at least I have the perception of that.
Well, that's kind of what I'm doing.
Yeah, I know you have minions, but that's different from hirelings. Or they synergize really well, at least.
Yeah.
Oh, you have cultists.
Yeah, my minions, like the things I'm gonna have as pets, basically gonna be for combat and for roleplay, and then the cultists are gonna be for random stupid stuff.
Yeah, which would mean that I'm stepping on your toes then.
I don't really care. Like
Yeah, but
I
also, like,
imagine my cultists like mainly being like the Three Stooges all the time. They're just like people like that. They're just falling over each other.
mm,
And I'm okay with that. Like in the Bugs Bunny commercial when they have like the mobsters, like that little short one, and then like a Mimsy or whatever, like the bigger one, and like the little short one's like the leader, and he's just like bossed around that like stupid big dude. They like
oh, and Tom and Jerry?
uh, it's in Bugs Bunny too, I guess, or it's like Pinky in the Brain, right? Like just a bunch
Oh,
of Pinkies, and Artemis will be the brain, kind of. I don't know.
yeah, I can see that working. As a dynamic, I mean.
Yeah.
What's up, Josh?
What's up?
Ew. Sorry for ghosting you on the DM.
No, it's all good, dude.
Okay.
Yeah, they were
I do that
talking,
time.
but they wanted to stop because you weren't here because they were talking about stuff that connects to your character.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I misread the timestamp on the game in the hour. My session.
Yeah, but I mean,
It's fine.
Reverse and Surprise still aren't here.
So you haven't gotten in last place. So really, you almost won.
Damn, so close.
Mhm.
So are we gonna start at 7 when we start playing, or are we doing 8? Or are we gonna do 7:30?
When we actually start playing, it's going to be still the 7 o'clock time. It's just with what is it, Thanksgiving coming up. I'm going to be really busy at work, and I'm not going to have a lot of time to do things. And I just needed a little time to get some extra stuff done today before we just sat down and talked for 5-6 hours.
Yeah.
So I'm like I said, I'm just not gonna have a lot of time during the day. So this week is probably gonna be rough. If you guys don't hear from me, it's probably why. But
I understand.
next week will be the last, potentially, unless we have more things to talk about. Session 0, and then we will start the week after, probably, if everything's on schedule and we feel like we're ready. So.
Good to me.
Everyone gets here.
Yeah.
So anything that you guys were mentioning before that I can jump into?
Yeah, he was having some ideas of some way of kind of loosely tying your two characters together. He had mentioned,
Yeah, use it for me.
basically him being trained. Are you going to have been caught by the theocracy, the Temple of Solidol, or
Yeah.
okay?
So I would assume that they tried to purge me and it didn't, I guess, stick.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
I imagine that in the younger years, whenever you're still, obviously a kid, not really knowing much, you probably would have seen his character at the same kind of like facility that you were at.
Okay.
Until your stuff started manifesting and it became like a fight or flight thing. The question is, would you two want your characters to be friends or not? It's almost kind of like two kids at the orphan, right?
Mhm.
And something happens at the orphanage, and the adults start chasing out one of the kids. Do you feel like Fred? Do you feel like your character would have helped, or just like help the adults, help the people who were in charge?
So given where I'm pretty sure as adults our characters wouldn't see eye to eye. I like the idea of starting as friends and then sort of being like shocked when the adults are like freaking out and not helping, but sort of like hiding away, not really knowing what to do.
Hmm. So
Uh,
would you have been a child as well during those times?
yeah.
Okay. Gotcha. So
Wait,
still young.
yeah. So I guess you get to choose how old we are then, because I'll just stick to about the same age.
I don't think it matters for me too much as long as it's
Same.
So, Nick, this will be a question for you. Would it
What's up?
be a certain age when they start to purge, or do they find out things early? Or...
Mm, let me a second.
Because it's usually adolescence. That's what I put in the description.
Yeah, I liked your idea of the adolescence. I would say that most children of Gracefield come around when they're about like age 3. They can walk, and they have some verbal skills.
Mhm.
And then it just kind of depends on how quickly either someone comes to pick them up and like takes them to a church, or raises them as their own.
Mhm.
I would say anywhere in the realm of 13 to 15.
Okay.
16 or 17 if you're a late bloomer, is where your powers would probably manifest. But that's up to you. And as far as your character, Fred, what kind of animal were you thinking? Just to kind of get people thinking on the same train. I don't know if you've already got something in mind, or
The mighty
Are-
capybara.
hey,
Capybaras are awesome. Honestly, I thought everyone was just red folks there.
No. Here, let me put out some examples
Is the
for you.
queen like a
What we have.
raccoon?
I'm thinking around 13. Maybe.
Also, this story sounds like Ash's story. My character.
Okay.
Ashborn.
Ash.
As a
Oh,
character,
like
I have,
Walking Dead.
no, I have a character called Ashborn. He's a fire guy that at age 13 his powers manifest. He blows stuff up with fire. Then the Fire Lord comes after him and blah blah blah. Blah. Yeah, it's like kind of similar. It was Imix's child. You would have heard of him in New Beginnings. I think everyone would have. But it was when you fight Imix, you find his journal burned next to Imix's lair. But like usually the volcano has so much shit just overloading people that they don't even follow any of it. They just like pass it all up. It's like, yeah, we killed a Dimmy, a god type person. Cool, that was fun. Let's go talk to Amber again. It's like, get our reward. It's like, what? There's so much story stuff going on. What? Okay, whatever. Go get your reward for doing your quest.
Okay, so basically any small to medium-sized creature in the real world, but as a humanoid?
Yeah, more or less.
Okay, yeah.
The axolotl. Oh my gosh, it's adorable.
I know, right?
Which one? Oh, which one?
Axolotl.
Make it bigger. Do it again. I will zoom in. Yeah, it's got a little outfit. So
I don't
essentially,
know if
they're
it's
like,
showing that to you.
what's that?
Is that showing that to you?
No.
It's Shift Z, right?
Yeah,
Nah, it's not showing me.
yeah, I can zoom in. Oh, there it is.
It's good.
Cool.
Okay.
They're like, think of any lycanthrope, but instead, just cuter.
It has eyes that shimmer. Things are.
Or that's
Is that a snake?
It's. It has arms. It's so weird.
where was that snake from? He used it for something else.
Oh, I was saying that is Driscoll's sister.
Oh, okay.
It's fine.
I thought it looked familiar too, but I don't know if I would have seen that. Oh wait, did you put that in Aegis at some point?
Yeah. I put it in the chat. Aegis, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so I don't have to like shift and click. I just have to have the token selected and then do Shift Z, right?
Yeah, you collect the tokens. And you shift
See, that's where I've been fucking up.
Oh, you've been
okay.
like.
I've been
mousing over.
Shift Z and then clicking, and then
Oh,
like
no.
it just spazzes the fuck out. Yeah, so the rodent idea is more like more small, not like tabaxi or like where they're like full fledged tall um, human-sized animals. It's more like short, small, demi-human. Very like in the early stages of that. Like give it like a couple hundred other years, and they would probably be as tall. But right now, this is where they're at. And while there's other, tabaxi and lionel kind of creatures, these are just ones that are not, particularly growing as fast. But
Okay. So let's see. What weird / unique animals are there?
be
And
creative,
what?
like I said,
And what art would there be for it?
right?
Wombat person. No, not personality. Wombat person.
A little Joey, a little kangaroo.
No, that is a wombat being held by a person. Art. Oh, that's close. That is a wombat with a Batman mask. Which is surprisingly close to my concept. Don't know, though.
You said 13, Josh?
Yeah, 13.
Yeah, so basically, I would assume that your powers manifest, and it's much different, and they would probably think this child is unclean and try and kill you. Obviously, fight or flight takes in, and you probably like scorch maybe about a quarter of this building to make your escape. Let's see. Do you think that you would be reckless in using your powers that might get other people killed?
When trying for self-preservation, yes, I would carry that.
Okay. All right. Go ahead and just roll me a d4.
Ooh.
You killed that many millions of people.
You killed 4 kids that you grew up with.
Unfortunate. Poor guys.
Unfortunately, but you know what? It was them or me. So
It should have been a d6 minus like 1, so he has a chance of getting 0.
Okay, that's fair.
You roll 3.
Yeah. Go ahead and re-roll. D6 minus 1. That's fine.
Or like a d4, whatever.
D6 minus 1.
But if it's higher than 4, we're just going with 4. But
Same value.
okay, so it's more or less 3. So yeah.
4 meaning death and all.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Some
Or it could have been a
gin
d6 minus
aspects
2,
going on.
and he saved one if he gets a minus 9.
Yeah, you could say that. You could say that you almost killed one, but you saved one. If it, kind of the redemption arc, right? The redemption that you're not completely without your humanity. You know what
One
I'm
is
saying?
this very badly burned.
Mm-hmm. That could be, a tie-in later. Okay. So yeah, Fred's character would see this kind of like act of violence as you're trying to escape. Would your character understand that he's just trying to protect himself, or would you see it as him just going crazy and lashing out?
Turning to Fred.
So yeah, so at 13, that's about old enough to start rationalizing stuff. So I feel like they started to figure out, oh yeah, they would have been killed if they didn't do that. And then also rationalize, oh yeah, those 3 people that I knew for like what, the last 5-7 years are dead because of them. Maybe the church has a point.
Okay, yeah. So you start seeing at first that he's just trying to protect himself, and then in the aftermath, you realize that there's 3 dead bodies because of him.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was probably a lot more. Oh, somebody just tried to call me, and I should probably call them back.
No worries. Take your time.
But yeah, no, I just wanted to finish the thought. Yeah, I think that a lot of that thought process was based off of the adults talking around him, though. So, not necessarily their own values, just the values around them, if that makes sense. But that will still be like how they talk and how they feel.
Is Fred echoing through me?
Not for
Uh,
me.
Not for me either.
Okay, because whenever,
Are you
whenever,
streaming?
yeah, whenever Fred talks, like I light up a little bit, like I blink flash off and on, but no one else talks. I don't. So I thought maybe I was echoing through, or he was echoing through. They were echoing through. It.
Yeah.
God damn.
But no, yeah. I think that's it, yeah. I need to go call my grandfather back. I'll be back when that's done.
Cool. But yeah, so
Would
yeah, I
you?
wouldn't mind how harshly I have to escape.
Yeah, I'm just more so just trying to help you fill the backstory, even though I'm sure you don't need it. But you know, every little bit of lore can, you know, take the story in a different place. So
So what things would I know about the temple?
that's a good question. Let me finish my crunchy peanuts here for a second, so I'm not just chewing the mic.
Cool. I'm mute too. Give me a second. I'm still here, but I'm muted.
So, what you would know about the Temple of Soul is typically they try and give back to the community. They provide, on the outside, it seems like a very, caring and loving place. It seems like the people that join mostly have the intent of actually helping the citizens and people that, uh, whether they believe in soul or not, that reside in their area to do, good things. They make sure that crops are being, well harvested and planted for food. The poverty line is, not as detrimental as some areas where poverty is rampant and stuff like that. Um, Charity is kind of like a big thing in this city that, as long as you're human or of humanoid, looking, as we
The
said
demi-human,
before. Yeah, yeah.
the human dwarf elf.
The human dwarf elf, humanoid looking. Uh, what they do that's not seen is where it gets kind of shady, and that's probably the stuff that you've seen because of what's going on with you. Um, I'll wait till you can talk, unless you can't talk. In which case, I would ask what specifically are you looking for? Is there any particular
Like
dark
if
secrets
they're
you're trying to
yeah,
look
are they
for?
like under like the table deals? There's this actually legitimate religion of sorts. Do they have any like things that they're not saying to the people?
Yeah, they have things that are not saying to people. However, this is a legitimate religion.
Hmm.
Um, there are, people that are performing feats in the name of Soul, Adela, and Gracefield. So it does very much so have that, like, there's some kind of divine or other godly powers at work here. They do have things that are going out underneath, which is what you would have seen at this orphanage,
Hmm.
this particular orphanage. Um, it would have been a typical orphanage, with the exception of, they had classes they would teach you, but the physical play time of things started to get increasingly more strict as you went on in time. And you would probably have seen some of the older kids who maybe stopped smiling after a certain age
Hmm.
and were much more stoic, much more not as lively, basically.
Hmm.
Um, Maybe, bruises and things kind of start appearing, at the neck, or, probably like some. If you had to like really suss it out, I don't know how your 13-year-old mind is. You know, you could probably say they were either being like beaten or trained or something around those lines, but you're not really sure what. It didn't seem sexual in nature, so don't like to touch the boy. It's not like that.
They touched him. It's just
Yeah, yeah, it's just not in a sexual manner. Um, and if you ever like, if you had like a friend who was older and you like say, "Hey, what's going on?" Like, you know, you don't seem yourself. They would just be like, "Oh, no, I'm fine. It's just tired," or they'd write it off. They would never give you a straight answer, no matter how close you were to them, basically.
Gotcha.
Um, but yeah, the, you would see that around that age of 13 to 16, when people's powers started to manifest and stuff, that they would obviously be taken away from the normal group of kids,
Hmm.
and that's whenever you wouldn't see them for large periods of time, and then they would resurface for a couple of weeks, months, and then disappear again, and then come back and progressively changing stage by stage. You know, you were there for a couple years. You've seen this happen a couple different times, but I don't know what you would be able to draw from what you would see. You would know something's up, but what other questions did you have?
So above game, not for the character himself, but like, is it like they going through a process of purging them, or are they like just tampering with the soul?
No.
Or-
So you personally are an anomaly.
Right.
Um, typically, what happens with the uh, some children of Gracefield
Mhm.
is they once their powers manifest, they kind of grade them on how strong their power, their connection to Adela is, basically.
Mhm.
And those that are, you know, of sufficient power kind of get drafted into like the secret military.
Okay.
Um, those that
So
are
going
not,
on missions is
say,
why they're disappearing.
say one more time for me.
Are they going out on like missions? Is why they're disappearing, or is there something else?
More like underground training.
Gotcha.
I would say that it's like underneath the orphanage in like secret tunnels, like pretty far down. But they,
secret. Yeah, because secret tunnel.
We're talking here. Gotcha. But yeah, all right, that makes sense then. So putting pieces together as the character, they come back. Do they come back? You said with bruises and scars and things.
not like big ones. Their goal is never to harm the kids because these are going to be. But obviously, if a kid is wily in nature and
Mm-hmm.
stands up to authority, there needs to be discipline. You know, they're not going to spare the child the rod,
Mm-hmm.
basically.
Okay.
But basically, they're based on how strong their pyrokinetic powers are, and they're graded from a system of generations. Mild, just being able to produce, you know, flames or you know being flame resistant gets you generation one. More powerful, like spell control, gets you generation two, and so on and so forth. So up to I think fourth generation is the top, and that is just like you're basically a genius. But um, it plays into the whole idea that some of them may grow to be like wizards or X or Y's, but some might not be as capable of using their powers and stuff like that. But and if they don't meet a certain sufficient threshold, they kind of are brainwashed into forgetting the whole idea that they were taken away, and then they come back and kind of live normal lives. But it's like the certain few that are more than exceptional get taken away.
So cool. And Fred's character isn't one of the kids that were taken away, or yes.
No, he's there for a reason of being turned into a spy,
Gotcha.
which is which I'm in my head makes sense that okay, you're in the orphanage with you're gonna have like a certain good life, and then eventually they're gonna start training you to be more X or Y. But that's why he's there. But or at least that's what we've kind of talked about so far. But um, he says he may tend to be more aligned with the church's ideals, even though the church tends to intends to throw him away once they've achieved what they can with him.
Hmm.
And he knows this. So,
Gotcha.
well, his character doesn't, but Fred as a person knows this. Give me just one quick second. I think my food is outside, so let me just go pick that up real quick.
Gotcha. Cool. Would there be churches relevant to ball spike, like around the world, or is it something that's just like a belief?
It should have
It
been.
doesn't really have a church.
There should have been before. I mean, when Baal was alive.
Mm-hmm.
It's like any other god. I think where I'm going to be from, there's going to be lots of them, or the majority of them, because they're more the evil murderers type group. So I figured they'll be worshiping him more.
Or which area are you from?
The little pink area, or the big pink area.
Oh, that's area.
Yeah, District 3, whatever it's called, Empire 3.
Ash and Tryndamere.
Yeah, I guess.
That's cosmic ash skin.
Hmm.
I'm not sure who this guy is, but
Some elf. I'm reading over feet, and every time I look at a feet, I'm looking at it and going like, but why would you take this over Lucky? Like, I'm looking at the halfling thing, and I was just like, or like, when it had to be a halfling. When a creature you can see hits you with an attack roll, you can use your reaction to force the creature to re-roll. Once you use its ability, you can't use it again until you roll initiative or at the start of a combat, or until you finish a short or long rest. So once for a short rest, even as once for a short rest, you get to use this. Like, it takes your reaction. You only use it once. It has to be for an attack. Where Lucky is you use 3 a day for any roll. Doesn't take a reaction. It can be used on you or the enemy. And you don't have to be a halfling. It doesn't. It's weird. What was that one that gives you spells? What was the name of I want to get guidance some way.
I'll be right back. All this talk of food's got me hungry too.
Yeah, I'll get food eventually.
Sorry, I'm back.
I'm off to food.
Say what?
Don't get food.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
cool. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, no worries, no rush.
Oh, dogs are sleeping. Look at them.
Pretty sure it's Natasha. Let's see. You learn one cantrip of your choice of artificial spell list, and you learn one first level spell of your choice from that list. This is a spell set. The artificers get guidance. Let me go check. They do get guidance. They get heal as well, don't they? Cure wounds. So weird.
What's weird?
Artificers getting cure wounds.
Why is that weird? They have a stim pack.
But it's not a stim pack, it's cure wounds.
I'm confused at your thought on that.
Well, I mean, anyone can have a stim pack.
Well, theirs is a magical stim pack. I mean, it's not even magic. It says in the DMG that you can reflavor it to be more of like a technical science thing, right?
Can you? Does it say that?
Yeah, I thought, right? You said,
Never read over Artificer. Like, I read over, like, when they first got shown, like, in the, what was it called? Unearthed Arcana stuff, and Marlon played one at, like, Adventures League or something, or he tried to, and I was just like, bruh, come on. And it just basically had, like, every spell. He was like, yeah, I got good berries, and cure wounds, and blah, 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 and blah, 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 and blah. I'm like, okay, that's ridiculous. But no, I'm looking at the feat, and I'm like, that's a pretty good feat, I guess. Or you get one Artificer cantrip spell, and you get an Artisan's Tool. I took it as Vi, but I'm like, I might take it again on Artemis, because it's good, so I can get these tools, or something, I don't know. Try an Artisan's Tool, but I might change that. And get Cure Wounds, I guess, and Guidance.
Since everyone's going to monk, I might try to do something like completely opposite.
Say what?
Since everybody's going monk, I'm going to try to tweak my character to do something else, I guess.
I mean, you're making your own character, so I mean, it wouldn't be monk.
Yeah, but it works similar to monk, so it'd be like heavily based off. What I had in mind would be.
It'd be like Vi, but instead of shadow and light, you'd be using like fire or something.
Yeah.
Like Vi had like 2 or 3 points in monk. Then I put the points in fire to get the better punches.
I got plans on some other avenues to go down.
Yeah, Surprise is doing that whole like Astral Monk stuff. So he's gonna be all like spectral fists floating around like the chick from the Siren from Borderlands 3.
That's cool.
And Murderous isn't really playing a monk. He's just punching people with thunder, I guess. I don't know. So technically maybe the same thing, but instead of doing fire, he's doing thunder. But I mean, it's like saying like, you're using a sword. I don't want to use a sword, right? It's like, because the only thing when we say monk, we basically say you're punching people, right? Like, or kicking people.
I don't want to be another punchy person.
Yeah.
We already got 2 punchy people.
Yeah, but it's like they're doing it in a weird way, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let's go around headbutting people.
So Nick, I didn't see season 2 of Fire Force and didn't realize that there was this black guy, Ogun. I
He's
was like,
badass.
bruh, I started looking up some artwork for it, and I was like, holy fuck, who is this? I'm like,
Dude's fucking a G. He's so cool.
yeah,
I love him.
freaking amazing. Yeah,
Did you
I,
finish it?
no, I gotta actually start because I haven't.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Just wait. He gets better. He's so cool.
Joke. Yeah, so that's gonna be one of the faves, of course. But yeah, I was just randomly looking through and I saw this guy like exactly kind of how I have a character designed, like with the markings on the skin.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's him. Yeah, that's him.
yeah.
No. Yeah. Go ahead.
Nah, I was just like I could have used that. Damn, that'd probably been too straightforward. Yeah.
I mean, technically, the what is it? The main character, they always call him a demon.
Yeah.
So
Yep. Yeah, I'll be toying around with it. But yeah, a lot of them are melee, like from what I remember.
they're the
Casters? Girls are casters, I think?
not yeah. Well, you have Maggie, who's a sort of like a caster. She's more of like a barbarian than anything. She's super fucking strong.
Gotcha.
And the thing is that she can control fire sprites, and they
Uh-huh.
build technology around her being able to manipulate these like sprites called iron owls,
Mhm.
and they kind of like go into these giant like fist gauntlets that are propelled by the fire sprites, and she's pretty fucking cool. She's fucking awesome. But the lieutenant, the second in charge,
Mhm.
he's a ranged person. His pyrokinetics are able to increase the acceleration and change direction of heat. So what he does is he shoots and he can like ricochet bullets and like increase the speed on the bullets or slow down the bullets and stuff
Right.
like that. Basically,
That was the guy with the glasses, right?
yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Super
It's been over about every year since I'm just trying to recall everything. Yeah, but he was pretty dope. I remember him.
I'm back.
You didn't see him actually use his powers until like late this season. I think when they went into like one of the I wouldn't call it a dungeon, but
Yeah, you're the Nether. Yeah, you're right. Welcome back, Fred.
Uh, what anime are you guys talking about?
Fire Force.
Oh, cool.
Have you
Curse
seen
Talents?
Fire Force?
No, I've seen it. Yeah, I'm just not remembering characters because I never remember their names. Like I remember Arthur because obvious stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah, Cat Lady, is everyone here that cares about it caught up?
yeah, that's all.
Well, Spike, do you care about Fire Force?
Nope.
Okay. Yeah, like I can list off memorable characters based off of like somewhat personality or like what they physically look like, but that's about it. Like that one guy that constantly literally has unlimited limbs because they just wear too many clothes.
Oh, fucking a Juggernaut.
Yeah. Potato guy or whatever.
Potato guy.
Mm-hmm. Potato
Oh.
dead. Cat girl that's constantly getting sexually assaulted.
Yeah, that's an interesting.
It's a trope.
Yeah, it's a trope. I
Is that her
know, but
ability?
it's called Lucky Lecture. I think it's something like that. Basically,
Which is a trope itself. It's where they get
Yeah.
their name.
yeah, the trope is basically like either the guy is so lucky that women are just in very like sexual like things that they come by, like by accident, or like the woman is so unlucky that like she rounds the corner and someone like clips her top and it drops and then she screams, and that always happens. Or she loses her clothes in just random fucking ways.
So the cat girl is unlucky. I don't know what you.
She's unlucky. Yeah, she like no matter what she does, it always seems like she's losing her clothes.
Gotcha.
and she doesn't like it. Or at the very least, I feel like that's fairly well established.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's just something with anime. Oh yeah, sorry if I sound low energy. The call with my grandfather did not go well, so
Wore
kind
you
of in a
out?
bad mood, but what?
It wore you out?
Oh, I already came out to him, yeah.
No, I said
This,
no. I said it wore you out.
oh, I
It,
guess?
it took a lot out of you.
Sure, yeah. Something like that, yeah.
How did you open your gate? Get your ass back in there. What are you doing?
No, I'm saying, you good? Like, was it just like an argument? Something on his end, your end? Like, what?
My father is going to be at Thanksgiving, which means I'm not going to be.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah. Just
But-
family drama stuff.
Okay. So basically, he was telling you something that was bad news. Okay, I gotcha.
Yeah, it was bad news, yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. Guess we
Well, I'm
can-
sorry, but we don't have to talk about that here. We're here.
Yeah,
for
I was gonna
fun,
say,
so-
yeah, we probably shouldn't talk about
Thanks,
it.
yeah.
But no worries.
I'm not gonna ask.
Well, I
let's
was just
drop
making
it.
sure it wasn't something
let's
like-
leave it there.
I just wanted to make sure it was
Run
something
away!
like, yeah, I was making sure.
I
it wasn't-
literally joined in when you guys said that, so
I was
Well, you have
just making
context,
sure it
good
wasn't
job.
like, hey, you gotta come see such and such. They're dying right now. Like, I'm
What's
playing
up, Brian?
D
How
and
you
D,
doing?
right? And it's just like
Still
I
on
can't.
Hey,
Yeah, so I was like, I wanted to, yeah, make sure you I was gonna say you can just go, right? If you do something. Yeah.
okay. Should we send Murderous as he dresses like a plague doctor?
Does
Let's,
that
let's
mean
just
make it look like an
everything's
accident?
fine.
Oh, wait, TOS?
What? Oh, I don't know.
don't worry.
Terms of
Oh, are you
service?
streaming?
Do plague doc? Yeah, I'm streaming. But do plague dogs actually do
Hmm.
anything like that bad? Like
In the SCP universe, there's a plague doctor that touches people and then they die.
that?
I
That's a
don't
very
know too much
specific
about-
plague doctor.
Yes,
Yeah.
it's also one murderous would know about.
Yeah, I mean most plague
You're not
doctors are
wrong.
just doctors that don't. They're just like, let's try this.
Hmm. You know, bad medicine can be one of the fastest ways to kill people.
But I mean, you're gonna die either way, right?
Not necessarily, but yeah.
At least you look like a gothic bird person with that swagger.
Mm.
So as far as gaming goes, what did I miss as far with that?
Nothing. We
yeah.
just talking about character stuff for the people that are here.
Yeah, Yash
Right now?
and Fred have been linking their characters and going over their story stuff.
Well, that's what I mean by gaming, not playing, just, you know.
Yeah, that's it. I haven't done anything else. I'm pretty much good until like I get more information about like I guess anything special for my character about the world or interaction with my character. But I'm more needing to I guess iron out the major story stuff we're all doing with the whole whatever the fuck that thing was called, dragon friend thing that Murder's talking about. I don't know, the wish thing. So
I'm not gonna call it that. I'm still working on what
Yeah,
we're
yeah,
gonna
yeah.
be calling that.
Yeah.
I've kind of got an idea. I'm trying not to make it like too divinity based heavy, but it might have some elements in there.
Yeah,
He's
originally,
gonna have to
yeah.
compromise that. Just his story is not gonna have anything to do with divinity, but obviously already, Spike, your stuff has got divinity in it.
I mean, I can do the same shit Murderers doing. Like, oh no, I'm not trying to be a deity. I'm just trying to be the Lord of Murder. This is a very powerful figure, even more powerful than some gods, just not a god, right? I mean, like, Murderers doing the same thing. I'm making a giant titan that is a god, but I'm making it not a god. He's just really big and called a titan, even though
Wait,
titans
did
are
he say that
technically
that
gods.
wouldn't be a god, though?
Yeah, he's
'Cause-
not making it a god. It's
But
the
the
giant.
source material he's getting it from
Is a god.
is
Yeah,
an
I know.
artificial god.
That's what I'm saying. I can do the
okay.
same thing. I can just say all the same stuff I've been saying, just to put deity in it, and boom, I'm doing the exact same thing. And I'm not doing a god thing.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
Flavor
fair.
text.
Yeah, you just don't say god or deity, and then you just say everything else. Like, so you're a god. Like, no.
Walking oven.
Yeah. Yeah, so like it's like I don't know what Murderous' thing is with the whole deity and God thing. He's just like I don't want to do it anymore, and I'm like, but you're doing it. Yeah.
Hmm.
But yeah, it is whatever. But I mean, yeah, it can be a God thing. I don't have a problem with it. I don't think Murderous would really care as much. He just doesn't want to use the word. I guess I don't know.
I couldn't tell you. Just trying to make something for everyone. That's
Yeah,
all I'm
yeah.
trying to do. So
But if you're having to jump through a whole bunch of hoops because you don't want to use the word God or deity, I'm
no,
pretty
they're
sure.
just trying to figure out something that kind of makes sense without just being like, not a blade rib. You gotta find the bolt on Pandora.
Yeah. I mean, you can just use instead of God, you can use over God and use Ao. Like I said, no one uses Ao.
Ew.
Ayo, 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 ayo.
It's like super God.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm pretty sure like me and Murderous did last week what Josh, Fred, and Surprise are probably gonna be doing this week, and then I figured towards the end when Murderous gets here, they'll probably be like a little bit more. The three of them would probably be a little bit more like fleshed out with their characters a little more, and then we can start working on the overall stuff, and then next week we can finish up on the overall stuff, I guess.
Yeah. Well, kind of put you in a story situation, see where you guys kind of want to start, address the whole money gear issue, which we've kind of glossed over for now, just because it's not as important as story stuff, in my opinion, at the moment.
Yeah. The only thing that's important to me is the same thing. It's always important for all changelings. I need to know if I have 100 gold to buy that homebrew item so I can change my clothes when I transform. Yeah, so it's not stupid.
You mean the same thing I had on my character? No, fuck that.
Yeah. You mean the thing I created for my
Maybe Josh will allow that
changelings?
shit, but not in this house.
Yeah. The thing that I
I took
created.
advantage of Josh and that he said yes for that. I'm not gonna let you do the same thing.
What? Wait, what? What about Josh?
I said I took advantage of Josh when he allowed me to do that. I'm not gonna allow the same thing.
I mean, I created that for my changelings in my game because I'm like, this is bullshit. Why can't they change their clothes? This is stupid. Technically, the Oni got something like it, and I was like, oh, that's cool. They can change their weapon, and I was like, that's kind of weird.
A little bit weird, but I kind of see where they're kind of going with the Chinese. I don't even know if Onis are Chinese or if they're Japanese. I think they're Japanese, right?
Are Japanese.
They're like
Yeah.
the big stick.
Yeah, it's the big stick. It's Wukong's like changing staff thing.
Oh no, it's like a stick, but it has a big end with all those metal balls on it and shit. Seems like
yeah, I know what it's called. It's
It's not. I don't want to say onigiri because that's a food.
that's a rice ball.
Yeah.
It's the Taibo.
Oh, whatever
Yeah,
it
I
is.
believe so.
But it's meant to change shape, so as they change shapes, they can still use it, I guess.
I mean, that's kind of cool. I kind of like the idea of having a racial weapon
Yeah.
like that. I
guess,
mean,
yeah. It's assumed it's not magical, right? Because not all of them are it's like fuck. They're like Q-bones or something, right? They just bone with a stick or something. Like this is my special stick.
a Farfetch'd. This is my leak.
Yeah,
It is
yeah.
very special to me. I cannot evolve unless I have said leak. So please give me my leak.
Yeah. Like,
I like the implication with that is that whenever you find any individual one, it's always that one leak that they've had since childhood. My leak! You found it! Oh, are you sure? It was just like on the side of the road or something. No, it's my leak!
I mean, it might be like fuck. What is it? Those little crabs? Not the crabs. Fuck. Shell.
Well, there's hermit crabs.
Hermit crabs. Yeah, like how they have the little shells
Oh.
and everything.
Mm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like maybe there's like as they like this is old. I need to go find a new one, right? Like I grew up. I need a bigger one.
You find the biggest leak, and then they crawl inside and evolve.
Oh, they find the biggest one and they're the leader now. Or maybe that's it.
Goblin
Yes,
got it.
yes. I still can't get over the Cubone lore. Like when
Ghost
they
lore?
grow up,
Oh.
or like when they evolve into Marowak, the mom dies and the child wears the skull. The skull shape doesn't match like the Cubone, even though it kind of fuses to their head when they evolve. So, who's the skull actually belong to?
The world may never. The world may never know.
We need we need a creepypasta lore from the Pokemon developers
Oh, I mean, they
themselves.
already have it. I mean, the community is ravaged with them. That they're saying that a Cubone is actually a Kangaskhan who loses its mother, and it uses its skull, and then so basically the Kangaskhan becomes the Marowak. In Pokemon Sun and Moon, they had an SOS system where basically you injure a Pokemon and it calls for help, and typically another one of its breed comes and helps them out. Well, for Cubone, if you SOS him, a Kangaskhan has a chance of appearing.
Mm.
So they're
Instead of
kind
a
of paying
Marowak?
instead of a Marowak, yeah.
Hmm.
So they kind of pay homage to that. So
I
but
think I'm gonna
yeah,
change the racial to clothes, so I don't need to buy the armor. I just can't wear armor.
So I'm choosing between a wombat and a pangolin right now.
okay. Whatever you do though, do not. There's a single restriction, and it's gonna sound weird, but I think it makes sense to you since you got the whole file. Um, Pangaroos are off the table. You cannot pick a pangaroo.
I don't know what that is. Also, I haven't read anything in the file.
Oh, okay.
Obviously, it's a penguin and a kangaroo.
Yeah, it's exactly what it is. It's a penguin and a kangaroo.
Okay. I didn't know it'd be that on the nose, but yeah, okay.
Yeah, it is a here.
I thought you were gonna say
In
no penguins.
in
are
number
bad.
one, yeah, in the number one area, their main source of food are kangaroos, which are these things.
Oh.
Copy.
It's like, no man bear pigs. It's like, damn it.
Basically.
I'm about to make some eggs. Let's do that.
Okay, then I'll play as Al Gore.
Gene. I'm sorry.
Well, that's the reason.
Do you
Al
actually
Gore
want to play as
exists.
Al Gore, though?
No, you can't play. Al Gore exists. He's hunting the mare bear pig, obviously.
Boy, be looking thick.
Why does it look like a duck? It looks like a
penguin.
duckaroo. I guess it has
Oh.
penguin arms.
Kangaroo. Okay, so it's a penguin and a kangaroo.
Yeah, penguin and a kangaroo. Yeah.
I guess it makes more sense than the back legs being penguins. If it had to go 50-50, but
But his front will be really big.
these can't punch each other, though. That's very important to kangaroos.
They can slap
And-
each other.
Or
Yeah.
they can use their tail and
yeah,
kick.
Yeah.
Mhm. Oh, that's true, yeah. Maybe that's what
Yeah.
they do then?
That's exactly.
And they
what-
have
Oh,
a
they
peck
punch.
attack.
Yeah, they punch.
Oh, yeah.
A kangaroo's arms are real muscular.
Mhm.
I just have an idea now that you guys are like, oh, I want to pet it, and then it uses its little flippers to like flip you in the face. Like,
Yeah.
no, stop!
I just want to love you.
This is why the Dragonborn eat them.
Yes.
They cannot pet them. Imagine something that's easier to catch and kill than it is to actually pet. Like you can pet a bear
It's
once.
like a deer. I'm terrible.
No, actually, yeah, no, a deer is like that, actually, yeah, because it'll just run away from you too fast. Yeah, that's fair. Good point.
I mean, anything is easy to catch and kill with a high enough caliber.
caliber rifle. Yeah.
I don't know why kangaroos' arms are so buff. Like, what do they do with their arms?
I mean, it's the same reason why we have such a defined chin. What do we use our chins for?
That's not buff
Eating?
as fuck.
No, it's literally directly related to getting punched in the face. Like, that's why they keep the chin
Genetically,
crawling.
we've been punched in the face by each other so often. Fucking grow the
Yeah.
chin.
Like, I think it's legitimately sexual selection. Like, there's enough interpersonal punching of people in the face that we just needed to make sure that people didn't die. But yeah, kangaroos are fucking terrifying because that's also sexual selection.
Has anyone ever tasted a kangaroo before?
Yes.
Like,
Yes, you can buy it in Australia. It's actually they farm raise them to take them to slaughter. Yeah,
how do they, like, how can
Gamey.
you describe their taste?
very gamey. My friend brought me some jerky from there when they went last time. Not like gamey like pig, like ooh,
Lamb and steak.
musky, like yeah, musky lamb. Which lamb already has kind of like a gamey taste to itself. But yeah, it's not unedible, but it is. You definitely have to doctor it. Eating it as jerky is not my ideal way of eating that, but
Yeah, so I once heard someone describe musk as animal piss. So anytime anyone ever describes a food as musky, oh, you're saying it tastes like piss. Okay.
I always assumed musky meant like very, like super, like almost bo kind of smell to it, like funk, like kind of like blue cheese in a way, in a sense, if you get what I mean.
I thought it was
Uh,
But
must? Is it a must?
I heard musk, musk,
Yeah.
musk.
Yeah, that's what I
MUSK
heard.
is what I was thinking it was too. Josh, were you saying that it's MUST for the
Yeah,
animal
when they call
piss?
somebody smelly because of their body biota, it's usually calling them musky, not musky.
Um,
At least down here, at least. In my-
MUSTH is the adjective for when a male elephant or camel is in a condition marked by heightened aggression and unpredictable behavior that usually occurs annually in association with a surge in testosterone level. So that's not animal piss.
MUST. Yeah.
Well, that's MUSTH. And that's not referring to the context that I was thinking of. So maybe I was just very wrong, but I'll see if I can find a Google search about Musk that doesn't involve Elon Musk.
Look,
Um,
I mean, if you search MUSK with definition behind it, it should give you.
yeah, I was just gonna Google how to,
I noticed that
Like-
Nick added a random black person on the map.
Where?
That wasn't there before.
Oh, hey, lady.
Oh yeah, I told you she was around here. I just couldn't find her fucking token.
Uh-huh.
Right.
It's all right. I went for my fourth batch of tokens, and there's plenty of diversity here. Okay.
Uh-huh.
I know you guys are gonna continually give me shit regardless of what I say or do, so it's not gonna bug me.
Yeah,
but
yeah. It's like
We
it's
love
just white
you, Nick.
woman, really white woman, really white woman.
not even human woman. But okay.
Still very white.
She's so
She's
white,
so
she's
white,
her own
she's blue.
species.
If anything, she actually looks like she's black. Like her features look kind of, yeah, but she's like porcelain.
oh, that's what happened to all the black people.
They
Oh,
became
that's fucked up.
porcelain.
You guys are terrible. Are we, Nick? It seems like you're the terrible one. Uh-huh.
I mean, you turn black people into porcelain,
I mean,
so...
they were the Warforged, weren't they? Were they trying to do Warforged? I mean, what
I
happened
mean,
to the?
that person is a not a Warforged stillborn, but you know.
Uh-huh.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So
I
all the
see
black
that.
people were killed and turned into robots.
Mhm.
Oh goodness. Are we in like the
Yeah.
1800s?
Like technologically or
Like,
sociologically in this conversation? Because
sociologically.
because social Darwinism is being brought up right now, but
Uh, I asked because hey, stillborn don't need to sleep, eat, and if it's before the 13th Amendment.
Oh, I just started thinking of all the other shit. I'm like, oh man, this is kind of fucked up. Now that I'm thinking about it, weren't these guys supposed to be the slaves? Or something? It's like, damn.
Uh,
No, they haven't been used for slaves yet. Murders intends to fix that, but um, yeah. Anyways,
Jeez, that's it.
how's your character there looking? Prize? Any questions, comments, things you need to talk about?
concerns, ritual circles you need drawn.
Mm-hmm. Demons you need to summon.
I
mm,
got this goat.
Zozo.
so I'm just going to talk it out because it's just so you guys can
It's
hear
like I
it.
was like, it's a whole thing. It's like, okay, go for it.
It's not a whole thing. It's more like a bunch of floaty things that.
Honestly, same. Yeah, just shoot.
Yeah, I mean, so I'm not really sure if he wants to. Like I know he wants to try to become a wrestler, like world regarded, and I'm not sure if you were there, Nick, when Spike and I were talking about it,
I think I
but
told
I get.
him a brief stuff
Okay.
about it. I told him like a brief thing about it, but yeah, it's probably better for you to tell him everything.
Yeah. So I was thinking for like delegating with Spike, it might. I thought it would be a good idea that they would meet at the shipyard, um, like before they went on the boat. Like Spike's and Murderous's character would meet mine, get like tell them, hey, you're supposed to be you're supposed to be strong, aren't you gonna help us with this? We'll essentially pay you with exposures. Like, okay, because that's what artists live on. Um, so I was thinking he wanted to take and the entertainer background because it gives him a disguise kit since he's going for that luchador aesthetic, and uh, and it might be fun how since he is. I'm thinking he should go for a way of the astral self monk. Like when he levels up, parts of his suit uh, are just replaced with his astral form. Like his arms could be these springy things that kind of like launch punches with the increased range. And then at level 6, his head piece changes, then his body piece, all of that jazz. I don't know if he has family in Queens, like in the Queens district or the Queens country.
Well, what
Can't tell you.
race is he? And I can tell you if it's likely or not.
Human.
Okay, that's pretty likely.
Yeah, like his family started there in like District 4 with the elves and such, but then most of his family moved. He stayed behind. Uh, I'm not sure what Queens like. what the Queen's Place District 6 would like allow or disallow from their residents. Like, would they not be able to, I guess, do things that they were allowed to do in District 4 with the elves or the Fae generally? Is there a certain stigma with immigrants, even if they are humanoid, like elves, dwarves,
No,
humans?
that's what makes it a little fucked up. It's like, oh, I come from such and such. Oh, that must have sucked, but well, you're in a better place now.
Yeah.
So no, not really. I mean, you might have some weird like fake customs that don't really translate. Like every hour or every at 2 o'clock in the PM you have tea. Everyone has tea. Everyone in Queenstown might not, and you're just like, why isn't anyone having tea? I don't understand. We can talk about a weird thing or some weird things that you might
I
do
was
that.
actually thinking something like leaving fruits or honey out near parks because in the
Yeah,
Fae,
I mean, yeah,
yeah,
you could do that for fairies or small folk who just need it. Yeah. Although if you did that in Queenstown, you might raise not suspicion, but like someone
concern.
might have tabs on you. Yeah, because being that the rodent folk are allowed to be there, you may be seen as a sympathizer even if you're not. I'm not saying you aren't. I'm just saying doing stuff like that where it looks like you might be helping the little folk might just paint you as someone who already sympathizes without anyone actually taking into account your actual belief system there. Just a heads up,
That's
because that
fun.
seems like a thing to do, right?
Yeah, yeah. I was kind of hoping there'd be some conflict. That's why I'm
Yeah,
asking.
yeah, yeah. Well, I'm just letting you know that that's where it was. Just so you understand that there will be conflict, and if you were not okay with that, then we can just change it to something else where, kind of feel it out. But yes,
Yeah. I was thinking the family has been in Queenstown, or I keep calling it Queenstown because I don't remember the exact name. And you know what?
six
I'm
is Queenstown. You're right. The other one is
oh, it is Queenstown. Good memory, me. I can't read the name of four because half of it's covered by
give me a
a
second.
cert. Volaza?
Yeah,
Alright. Uh, yeah, so like, I'm thinking maybe business opportunity or or like dying family in Queenstown encourage most of them to move. However, I'm not sure. Like you said, I think it was either Spike or you that were saying that, oh, it must have sucked to be there. Good thing you're in a better place now. Like, are they more aristocratic?
no, not necessarily. Just some of them don't necessarily care much for the small folk, road folk. There is a non-aggression pact that was placed like 400 years ago, and even still, like the things inside the non-aggression pact are like it benefits both sides, but it kind of like demeans the rodent folk. Like the main stipulation on there is like trade can be done. However, in the presence of royalty, the rodent folk shall not be seen. basically keep out of sight of the queen, basically. Um, so and some people don't even cater to them, so the business is kind of very select and few between, but it's not as bad as just like outright hating people, but it's like that secret hate, the kind that's not fully realized yet. But there are those in the city who are sympathetic and are more accepting of rodent people or demi-humans or things like that. So
That
I'm just thinking of a friendly Pied Piper with humanoid rats. The ones that don't, like a version that doesn't drown them. Um,
what were you gonna say, Fred?
Go ahead.
oh I stopped myself from saying that it sounds like Jim Crow, but I'm trying to figure out what you were talking about with it being in like an underdeveloped sort of hate. I'm not sure I understand where you're coming from with that.
Not an underdeveloped, but just like a kind of kept closer to the chest. Like they're not just super blatant about it. It's like in that same kind of sense where it's just like certain people can shop here, but we don't cater to small folk, or we don't have things that small folk can use or want, like dress shops or stuff like that. They're not very like accommodating in a sense.
Okay, so those are two different things, but both of them tie in pretty neatly with how American racism worked. Or, sorry, institutional racism in America works. Yeah. Is that the basis for this?
Yeah.
Or... Okay, yeah. I, I'm not sure if... Is there, like, a gradient of, in some places, you won't have, like... Oh, yeah, you just can't find left-handed scissors here because the institutions don't really have a use for that. Or is
Not in that
this...
particular case, but definitely like trying to find like clothes that fit certain body shapes that are very like small or what's the word, different. You might have a hard time in Queenstown and the Theocracy because they don't cater to those people. They don't care much. But in that same kind of token, trying to find big clothes and armor and things for bigger people in the Kingdom of Rhodey becomes increasingly difficult because it's mostly a nation of small people or small races, halflings, gnomes, rodent folk, stuff like that. That part shouldn't hinder gameplay much. It is more of a social thing, though.
Society is gameplay, yeah.
Yeah.
Spike also sent me something that I thought might be fun to use, just
Whoa,
for
whoa,
like.
whoa, whoa, whoa! Surprise! You can't just let everyone know about the ball picture I showed you. Some people here might not be part of the boys. No.
I knew it. You guys were sending each other pictures of your balls.
Yeah.
Listen, Spike's camera work is immaculate.
Mm-hmm. I shaved before I did it too. No.
He's using some like bougie powder to make sure there's no like bumps or anything.
You know how there's push-up bras? Yeah.
Push up jock straps.
Yeah, you gotta use special lighting and stuff so like you don't see all the wrinkles. It's like smooth.
Oh, I feel like someone's been insulted before saying that they look like a smooth ball sack. I don't know who that was for, but I feel like they were just bald.
Oh. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Right.
The list, the roll table. Yeah.
Yeah, the roll table. Since he's trying to be an up and coming fighter, trying to work through either circuits to get his name renowned. He's going to try some networking too. It's partially why I wanted to have. I think I giving him like, what was it? Expertise with that one free feat that we were given last week. in performance.
Is that why that was listed? The skill feed list?
Yeah, the skill fee because
So you can either take that one or one from there, or the other one I posted in the chat. I don't remember which one it
I
was.
linked my
the
homebrew
UA skill feats.
I'm scrolling. I'm gonna get there. UA skill
I
feats.
think they're out in... Did they come out in Tasha's? No, right? They came out in something.
No, they did not come out in
Xanathar?
Dashes.
Uh,
Like there was a
some
list of
came out.
like UA feats, but that was from a different release with the cook, the tactician.
Ah. Yeah, because I
Yeah,
made this one I wanted to use.
But Nick, I feel like I cut you off. You said that there were the UA skill feats that you posted, and then something else.
Yeah, there was one that Murders wants to use instead, which is the one I think Murders is talking, or not Murders, sorry, Prize is talking about.
no, you're right. We're the same person.
You're not the same people. I just got confused. Let's calm down.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
One of you is a crow, and the other is a frog. They are completely different animals.
We're
I think you and Murders are the exact opposite of peoples.
Yeah, it can be like Murder Prize or
that's
Sir Murder.
exactly. I am like I'm Dr. Jekyll. He's
Alive
Mr. Hyde.
Sir Intent. It's like a superhero.
Exactly. That's why he's named Murderous Intent, and I'm named Surprise because when the thing happens, surprise.
Surprise murder.
Or you can use this feat here.
I'm okay using my homebrew one, right? The one I'm making up.
Which one is it? The one that you just
Intimidating
changed the
Yeah.
intimidate to the other one? Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
You just changed some of the stuff from one of the other ones.
Yeah,
there,
I
right?
nerfed it and buffed it a little bit.
Yeah, that's fine.
I changed it from like all charisma checks, I think it was.
Yeah, like it's
'Cause they're
instead of being charmed, it's just
Yeah.
intimidated.
Yeah.
Which
And-
is, I guess, also a buff if there are people immune to the frightened condition. It would still technically be
yeah,
affected.
but the frightened condition doesn't do what I want to do because I was thinking about that because the frightened is like a combat thing, right? Like I don't want a combat thing.
I mean, it's not just combat. Since you give disadvantage on ability checks with line of sight, it's like it can work for social
How
situations too.
what? Ability checks like that? I don't.
Yeah, when you're frightened, you have disadvantage on ability
yeah.
checks when the
But-
source appears within line of sight.
Yeah, but how would that work in the social? Like I don't know of any time when you do like opposing ability checks when you're trying to do something as a player, right?
Like when you're scaring somebody and also lying to them, kind of getting in their head,
I guess
and they're trying to incite you, or you're trying to like demand something from them,
Yeah.
and you
So-
kind of need them to, hey, I need this gate open, and you're going to do it.
Yeah.
But I can't. Okay.
I think I was gonna get frightened some other way, like eventually with another feat, because yeah, there's only so many I can get. So, but yeah, this is just a just to get the same thing as persuasion, pretty much, but with deception. But I removed the part that says like if your friends are
Within
fighting
60
it.
feet or something.
No, if your friends
Oh,
are
no,
like
you have that.
fighting it, it automatically fails. So I was like, that doesn't make any sense. A lot of the time, I'm trying to intimidate someone, we might be fighting them. If anything, finding them might help me with the intimidation. Yeah. So I was like, that doesn't really make sense for it. So I just removed that, but then made it to where it's not as good as like pretty much all like the charmed condition, pretty much. Because technically, diplomat is really strong.
Yeah, it's like a bunch of weak feats on that list, and then there's diplomat.
Whoa. So combat-wise, if you just like talk to someone, and then like charm them, and then start a fight with them, they can attack you for a minute. It doesn't say like it breaks once the fight starts. It just says it fails if you're fighting it. But if you're not fighting it and you succeed it, then it is it, and then they're like, yeah, which is weird. But I mean, I guess they can stab your friend, but I mean, they can't stab you. You start a fight with them one on one, and you start stabbing them, they can't hit you back because they
I
can't.
mean,
move.
yeah, like when, like that last line, 60 feet of, like when you remain within 60 feet of you, or for one, and for 1 minute thereafter. Okay, never mind. I thought it was like it stays on until like you're away from them for more than a minute from that 60-foot range. My bad.
Yeah, I don't. It's really weird, but yeah, I never used it in a broken way like that. But I mean, yeah,
Mhm.
I just cleaned it up a bit. So it doesn't have all those like weird ways, and it's meant specifically for non-combat stuff. I guess in combat, if I need to intimidate someone into like, I guess surrendering. I guess it ends combat, so it doesn't really matter. But yeah,
So, I got you on the whole performance thing there, Prize.
Yeah, like also for like flavoring moves and takedowns.
I mean, are you going to what are you doing? What build are you doing now? I
the
don't know what
Astro
you're doing.
Monk.
Way of the Astral Self, I think, is a fun one to play because, as I mentioned before, as he gains levels, he can have astral projections of certain body parts, starting with his arms, either be around him or envelop his person. So, like, he could have a visor that's floating around, kind of like. So, he could have either a JoJo stand or, like. Or like the form or the illusion or the astral projection actually take up the same space around him. I don't I kind of want to say a magical girl, but but doesn't really.
Do it, do it, do.
So what is the
Good
actual?
thing.
It just gives you arms that float around you, right? You said it did something that's like 6 level. Does a helmet or something?
Yeah. Way at the astral self, like at 6th level, if you're activating both the arms and base with a bonus action at the same time, you have them up for like 10 minutes. Um, you get like a range of 120 feet of dark vision that can see through magical darkness. You can. Ooh, what I do like is basically you have in the 6th level thing for the visor, you can either whisper something that only someone can hear that's within 60 feet of you, or you can yell, and I think that'd be fun for, uh, or you can make your voice loud so like people from 400 feet away can hear you for like arena fights, like egging on the
Uh-huh.
crowd.
That's cool.
Oh,
What?
that's cool.
Yeah. Uh, did you want me just to post the subclass here real quick?
I mean, everyone should eventually post their classes just so that everyone can kind of take a look at them and make sure that everyone is okay or on board with what everyone else is doing. Like I said, I'm more okay with everyone playing whatever they want as long as players deem what everyone else is playing is fair. So this eliminates me ever being an argument of, well, you let them do this or you let them do that. It's like, no, you guys let them do this.
Uh
You
huh.
guys
Uh huh.
let them
Uh
do
huh.
that.
Uh huh. Uh huh. Yeah, same thing I said. Like I said in Fate, like you can have whatever ability you want, and if you take the ability that instantly kills things, and the ability you get to the end boss, and I say I use my ability to kill the end boss before even talking to him. It's like cool, you did it. You win the game. Good job. And players like that was boring. It's like yeah, whose fault is that? Right? It's like
Wait, with an ability like that, aren't we supposed like?
In Fate.
Did we? Yeah, like did we have?
No, in Fate you can have once per day. I can kill anything. So you get to the end boss, the last boss. He starts monologuing like, "I use my ability to kill him. He's dead. Cool, you killed
I
him."
was just talking about like group delegation, like.
No, that's a standard ability in Fate. Like that's a basic one. Like
Really?
yeah, it's pretty basic. Yeah, that's the power it can be. But like in Fate, they assume that you're playing a role playing game and you're not just gonna like fuck over things like that. Like I said, you're supposed to trust the players and the DM and everything like that, and they don't assume people are gonna like mess things up like that. But if like it's like, oh no, we had this big long fight, and like at the end, like I'm gonna use my super cool ability to kill the last random guy or whatever, right? It's like cool, you did it. You did some super cool thing, you kill him. Like it's not a big deal then, right? It's like you just kill some random thing. But yeah, it's just to see like some people play different than others, right? Most people in D&D see it as player versus DM. We gotta win this game, right? And they use everything they can to break the game, to get over on the DM as much as possible, and to get as big of advantage as they can. That's not how D&D or any role-playing game is to be played, because it's a role-playing game. Yeah, not a video game, not a combat game. You're not PvPing in like I don't know any other game like that. So, yeah, like it's like a lot of Artemis abilities, like I said, were really super broken, right? Like technically, I can just like find the big bad guy, use my ability, he failed to save, and I'm like, yeah, you're our bitch now. It's like cool. I put that in his mind, and he's our bitch now. Done. We win. Yay, right? But that would be boring. So I'm never gonna do that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair. Like,
Yeah. I'm also using you guys as checks and balances for each other. So, if you feel something, you need to speak up because.
like I will say, Artemis is a bit strong in a combat campaign, but this
No,
role-playing one
opposite.
seems to be.
She's actually
What?
really weak in a combat game. She's really strong in a non-combat game.
I mean, with the ability to regenerate health is pretty strong. Even if you're like on death's door, you just keep getting back up on the start of your turn.
Yeah, I would say Healing Word and Cure Wounds is really strong too, but they're in the game. So are hit dice.
Yeah, but you don't. But you only have like what at third level.
Yeah. But I mean, like
So if
having like over 30 AC, like potentially at level 3 is pretty good too, or level like 5ish or whatever. But like,
Do you have an AC when you're on the ground, like unconscious?
Yes.
Yeah.
You technically
Do you add your dex to it?
Yes.
Yeah. Sadly, I was looking over monsters and I'm looking over abilities where you get to fuck people over with their decks. I was like, oh, this is gonna be cool. I'm gonna use this ability.
That's kind of weird then. So
Yeah,
I
it
guess
is.
the idea is that with regeneration, you only ever get your character killed whenever someone can land 4 hits on you in one turn.
No. Regeneration doesn't like regenerate. I heal 3 HP a turn.
3 HP a turn, but what if you're knocked down?
Yeah.
Am I
You still, yeah,
misremembering
even
what it works?
even unconscious, I still heal. If I get hit with holy
Yeah.
damage, radiant damage, it stops it. It's like monster resistance. Same as a monster. I mean, no one
Yeah,
like
I
fights a
was just
troll and
saying,
loses their
like,
shit, right? It's
That's
just,
what it takes to actually kill you.
Yeah. But I can tell you right now, Artemis is easier killed than Z, Vi, anyone else that I've ever played. Much easier killed.
I mean, I wasn't even concerned about regeneration because it's the idea of,
Yeah.
oh, you want to kill my character? No, you don't. And since, I don't know, this is going to be a high AC, it doesn't look like there's magic involved, but a high AC character, maybe you're taking hits, so it's...
Oh, I don't have.
Oh, I
super
can play
high
the
AC.
role, and then... Or what?
Artemis has like the lowest AC of any character that I've ever made.
Huh.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what most people do. Where I disregard their opinions on balancing when they look at one ability and go, "This is too broken. You can't play this." Right? Or I'm like, but overall, the entirety of the character is not. Yeah, because people are like, you can't play this character's one ability is too broken. You have to play a normal character where you have like 35 AC, heal ability, spell slots, the ability to kill things in like one turn. You know, that's fine because that's all by the book. But this character has one ability that's slightly stronger than, you know, something else. And I'm like, oh, okay. It's like, you're stronger than the battle master or the champion fighter? That's too strong. It's like, uh-huh.
I mean, everything's stronger than the. Well,
Yeah,
technically, it's not stronger.
Berserker Barbarian.
Berserker is okay. I mean, barbarian by itself is
Way of the
bad,
Four
but,
Elements monk.
I mean,
Hey, you get to
if you like spells, I mean, before the erratas, I mean, it was okay. Only allowing you to use certain spells as bonus actions, but yeah,
oh,
Yeah,
errata.
they actually nerfed it a
Yeah,
bit.
yeah. It was too strong.
Why?
you'd think it would be because they were stepping on the sorcerer's toes.
I think they need to do
The
that more.
quicken spell.
I
Yeah.
mean,
Step on each other's toes.
well, no, allow more people to use things as bonus actions and stuff. Because like I think they need to do
Oh.
it for the Eldritch Knight. The Eldritch Knight gets to, yeah, me and Murray's talking about. Don't worry about it. Yeah, but yeah. All I have to do is tell you this. Basically, bottom line is, just trust me. Artemis is not that strong, combat wise. Out of combat, she is stronger than any character in 5th edition because no character in 5th edition is based around, out of character stuff or out of combat stuff, because every character is based off combat stuff. So if you have like 2 or 3 abilities that do stuff out of combat, you're already like better than anyone else, because like the best you got is what, the bard, with like expertise or jack of all trades, I mean, and
Jack of all trades, expertise. Yep.
yeah. It's that.
And I
Speaking of
guess-
out-of-combat abilities like that, I was actually looking at the Historian skill feat because it lets you make a skill check to give someone a bonus when you help them.
Yeah. That's what I
Which
said.
is-
There needs to be more things like that, right? That give cool things.
Yeah, like that's a bonus outside of combat that also has a potential roleplay part. Like, it seemed interesting, but it also doesn't seem like something my character would have.
Yeah. That's what I said. Like the idea of making a homebrew character is you make what you want to play, right? If
Yeah.
as long as it's not going to break the game or hurt the game in any way, I don't see a problem with it, right? And like I said, like no matter how strong or weak you make the homebrew character, it's how big of a dick you are in the game, right? Like you can be like, yeah, I can do this thing that can kill stuff instantly. I'm like, okay, as long as you don't like abuse it and like fuck over like killing the big bad guy instantly, right? Like I don't care if you have it, right? But if every now and then you're like, you know what, I should be able to beat this guy. These dice have been fucking me over. I'm gonna beat him instantly, right? I'm like, cool, that's fair, right? Like if you feel like your character will do something,
Or
you should be
using
able
your
to-
familiar to give you advantage on every ability check.
Yeah, you can abuse a lot of things, right? In D&D, it's just a matter of if you are or not.
Okay, but hear me out. Character concept.
Everyone went
A
quiet. Is
person
anyone
that can do
talking?
literally everything, but is the world's
I
biggest
guess
pushover
not.
and does nothing.
Let me log out.
What happened? Surprise was saying something.
I don't think he could hear us.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Could you hear us, or were you just?
no, I could not.
Okay.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
Yeah, my bars were in the red for a moment, so I was like, okay, that's not good.
Uh,
Yeah.
But yeah. So
Yeah, I was saying that regeneration ability specifically because I did have a player that I was co-DMing with.
was it the werewolf guy you were talking about?
Oh no, not the werewolf guy. He
Okay,
he was
the
a good
were-tiger,
role player.
whatever it was? I don't know.
Oh no. Like I was co-DMing, so I wasn't a player in this. But he was using the UA Gothica from like published in like 2015, 2016,
Mhm.
where it had the Revenant
Yeah, I
that
used that
at the
before.
start of its turn. It's a weaker, like it'd be a weaker version of Artemis, kind of where you get 1 HP back when you are below half health at every turn, and you're supposed to you're supposed to endlessly pursue.
Yeah. I played him before. I
Yeah.
played a Revenant before. That is what I settled with when Juan told me I couldn't play my homebrew character, so I made the broken character.
Yeah. I mean, a game about like risking death is like, okay, there is.
Yeah, the Revenant couldn't be
no-
killed. You just always resurrect. even
Yeah,
when you
like
die.
even if you do quote unquote kill him in 24 hours, they just come back
Mhm.
naked.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's just why like I was co-DMing, but I wasn't the main DM, and he basically said, okay, my character has to kill the big bad evil guy
Oh yeah.
of a certain factors. Like Okay, and he approved of this already.
Yeah, it's really
Crap.
strong. Like I specifically used it when I was told I couldn't have my fun character. I have to play something from the books, so I made a broken character, just to
Mhm.
show that this broken character is way more broken than the fun character. Yeah, can't be killed, kills everything instantly, good at everything. You know, standard stuff in fifth edition that you can have from several different ways. Yeah, so that's usually what happens when I get told I can't play the fun thing because it's too strong. I go, oh, I'll show you what strong is. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
Surprised. Go ahead.
Okay.
Oh, I was just gonna say that when you're saying that right after we were discussing balancing, it sounds like you're threatening to break the game if you don't get this. But that being said, what you're trying to get is 3 hit points per turn.
Oh no. It's basically telling me saying that I know better than most. I'm gonna be a dick one way or the other, which is me saying like, trust me, I know better than you. It's not gonna be broken. And trust me, you should know me by now that I'm not going to break things.
Yep. Played with you for 2 years now, and
Yeah.
honestly, that is pretty accurate. If you wanted to break something, you'd already do it.
Yeah. Like the idea is, like I said, don't be a dick. And when someone's a dick to me, I'm like, well, that was my problem. Yeah. So yeah.
Mhm. Yes. The robot chicken gag.
Yeah. So that's the thing. Like it's just I'm fine with most things and carrying on things, but yeah. Like the only thing I'm talking like when people are showing like balance stuff, like mechanical, like here's my combat ability. I'm like, oh cool, let's see if we can balance this or make this like word better. Like when Josh sent his like class thing up there, right? I was like, oh look, here's a cool way of doing it this way, and I'm not trying to say like you should do this. I'm like, oh here's another way you could do it, right? Because maybe he didn't think of it. Right, and like I said before, like no matter how smart or how creative you are, you're never gonna be more creative than you plus someone else, right? Because this is more insight on the thing. So like, yeah, even if he's like, nah, I don't like it that way, I'm gonna do it my own. I'm like, cool, whatever, it's your character, go for it, right? I was just trying to help, yeah. So like, I don't necessarily care. Like if you give me a better way of doing this, but I'm just trying to think of some way to get the ability to heal, um, when not having cure wounds and like shield spell to prevent damage, plus heals to heal it back up right afterwards. Right, like, and this is like a compromise where it's just a somewhat stronger heal, but it specifically only heals me ever, right? I can't heal anyone else with it. So
Mhm.
it's like there's several weaknesses to it, right? Like it doesn't work if I get hit with radiant damage. It can only heal equal to my level, so I can't like just, oh no, I'm almost dead. Let me just like use a level 5 heal on me, right? Like I can't just do that. Like I did it with Artem. I mean with Z this week, right? When we get hit by the fucking fireball or whatever, and like the tiger fireball, I was like, okay, no big deal. Everyone's backed up full health almost, and I use a spell slot. Get them, guys, right? It's just easy peasy. Yeah.
I mean, that downed me in one hit. So.
Yeah.
Anyways,
So yeah, it's weak compared to most things. But yes, it is strong if you look at it as a single ability.
Yeah. Just going back to the table Spike lent me.
Yeah.
We were mulling over ideas like when my character goes to a new city, it's like how receptive does his reputation as a fighter go for him, slash how well does he do in like the fighting arenas to get a better name, and that could just be like we roll when we get like I roll when I get to a new city a certain number of times, and then like after the session it's like, okay, you gain favor or you lose favor, or hey, your rival is here and that's why you did not do so well.
Have you made up any of them yet, or you haven't even wrote them down?
Honestly, I've been working every day for the past like week straight,
Mm-hmm.
and I've been asked to come earlier and earlier. So no, I'm just trying to get my sleep schedule in check.
Yeah.
I
You
was,
you work as a mail person, right? Like the sorting peoples.
yeah, like
Yeah,
I
just
set up
holidays.
the
Yeah.
like I set up the mail for the carriers to take
Mm-hmm.
out on the routes, and the truck drivers keep sending the mail to the wrong station. So when it comes to us here, it's late and we have to stay later to do it.
Yeah, and holidays time, it's probably a lot more people sending stuff. So
Yep. Yep. Yeah, so I haven't had my wits about me to update it. I haven't even gotten back to Mouse yet.
about what?
But that's something else.
Yeah, I was like, wait, is he in the game? Like, what happened? Oh
Uh,
yeah. No.
like I was asking him to teach me about some Linux stuff,
Oh yeah, okay, yeah,
and
I remember, yeah.
yeah,
Oh yeah. Oh,
yeah,
we
and I
were
feel
going through the
bad since
tangents.
I haven't really had the energy to, or knowing my schedule, quite yet to tell him, hey, this is a good day, this isn't a good day, and of course Thanksgiving's coming up, which is around, it's just just a whole thing,
Yeah,
just a
sure,
whole thing.
sure. Yeah, so
Yeah.
I guess you needed to sort of
Honestly,
do
I've
that.
been spending a couple hours a few days ago trying to find good character art, but I can't find crap.
Can't find monk, luchador, spectral hands, visor guy.
Like, I
I
tried
mean,
to look
just
for.
start Luchador.
Uh,
Just play the kid from Mucha Lucha.
oh, goodness. Oh, Ricochet, yeah.
Yeah, Ricochet.
Or the Flea.
Yeah, definitely.
uh, I don't know. Sleazy characters always have a soft spot in my heart. Um,
What are you talking about? You're walking here? You're not
uh,
walking here.
goodness. I walk wherever I want, Fred, and you can't do a darn thing about it.
I
Anyway.
there's a collection of voices that I really like. There's just an entire section from this Dimension 20 campaign where everyone's just talking back and forth in like heavy Jersey Shore accents. It's very funny. It's just what that's just what I thought about when you were talking like that, or when I was talking like, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And now you're making me think
Tangents
of
went on
South Park
tangents.
again.
We should.
Yeah, I'm not going to go on another tangent. So, yeah. Uh, when I was looking up Luchador, I get all the like my guy isn't strong. He's just like he's not physically strong. He doesn't have a high strength score.
No one's ever physically strong in D&D unless you're a fighter or a barbarian. Even then, sometimes not that. But yeah, it's fine.
Mm-hmm.
The stat's a bad stat.
Fighter, barbarian, paladin.
Even then.
I mean paladin. Yeah, you need a good strength score to hold. Like, I mean, it could be a dex paladin technically.
Yeah,
but,
I was gonna say Jasper. Trans brother was technically a Dex Paladin.
Yeah. I mean, best weapon's still sword and shield or weapon and shield. So I mean, you don't really need a high strength.
Yeah. Yeah, weapon, shield, and
Yeah, it's just
the duelist fighting style.
It's just another. Yeah, unbalancing in 5th edition. No big deal.
Yeah. Strength needs more love.
Yep.
But yeah, any character artist like Luchador is like super strong, super buff, and my character ain't like he is like he's kind of like Spider-Man as far as buffness, a little bit less.
Just
So-
get Spider-Man in a
But
wrestling outfit.
Spider-Man is equally as strong as, like, say, Captain America, if not stronger than Captain America.
Right.
But-
But but his appearance.
Yeah, his appearance. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just get
So
Spider-Man
I
in a
can't-
wrestling outfit.
I
So you're
can't
saying you want
find this.
show muscles?
No, he doesn't want show muscles. He just like
Is that surprise character's goal? Muscles? Or...
No, you gotta, like-
ultimate muscle.
Like, is it? Do you even fight with your bike? Or are you always using your astral stuff?
like he fights in costume most of the time.
Do you use martial arts and stuff like that most, or is it just like, are you using your muscles?
Like he's a dex he's gonna be a dex monk, so
Yeah, all monks are that.
Yeah. But I'm
yeah.
saying, like,
So it's like because I mean otherwise he's just really easy to hit.
Yeah, you're not like street brawling. You're actually using like monk stuff
Yeah.
to use
You're
decks,
not a
right?
pugilist, you're a martial artist.
Yeah, that's what I say. You like martial arts, like you're using more of your, yeah, not your
Yeah.
muscles.
My
So that's-
character's a pugilist.
I mean,
Robot boxing.
a pugilist is still a martial artist. Just
Yeah, but you get what I mean.
maybe, yeah, like wrestling is a type of it's a type of art, a
It's
martial
boxing.
art.
Pugilism is boxing.
Strictly boxing, pugilist is fighting,
No,
and
a pugilist is listed as a boxer. Like that's the
really,
exact definition. Yeah.
I always thought like
Wrestling is
since
wrestling. There are two different types of fighting.
I always
Wrestling
knew.
falls under grappling.
Mhm.
But either way, you're doing more of like the WWE wrestling, right? Surprise, like you're doing like the entertainment
I
stuff.
was thinking like when he gets to higher status, he could like he may actually be friendly with the fighters on the scene, just to like spin a narrative and then perform it like in the crowd. So yeah, like maybe a WWE later on, just like
Yeah,
no
yeah, yeah, yeah.
fixed fights.
Yeah, you're doing the performance stuff. That's why it's like it's not necessarily like just like Olympic wrestling where you're just like trying to grapple each other and pin them to the mat. That's all you're doing is like just yeah,
Exactly, play
You're
for
doing the kind
text
of wrestling that's
performance.
interesting.
yeah.
Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah, that's what I said. Your whole thing isn't you're trying to be the best, but your main concern is trying to put on a good show.
Exactly. That's why I want him to have expertise in performance.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, because you could be the best fighter, but with sucky PR, you ain't getting nowhere. So being paid in exposure is something that he might want, as artists can attest to, is not a great way. Uh, yeah, but as so he kind of wants to be like like a renowned fighter. Um, though he does want to wear his mask, that way he can, like a luchador, he can just go around the city just fine. That's why the disguise kit in The Entertainer was so um
Crucial.
interesting to him.
Okay.
Uh,
Do you have any like short-term, long-term end goals in mind?
To be next Kage.
uh, hmm. I actually don't know too much. That's the part I'm still stuck on. It's like I have a clearer idea of what he wants to do and I guess how he wants to go about his daily life, but as far as pinning down larger goals, it's just a
Your
bit harder to grasp because
your character's
he,
ideals are you're too small fry to even think big enough to have a big thing. So it's like you're only taking it. I don't know, but I mean the idea is like like Surprise is making the character, not the character making the character. So you can make up whatever thing you want for the character to want eventually that your character may not even know it wants yet.
I guess essentially he wants to get the family back together is one of his smaller goals. He might not know it yet, but his family has kind of adopted. They've taken the Queenstown lifestyle in stride, and I mean they're going to try to get him to move to Queenstown if they figure out he's there. He might not know it yet. Um, but it's just the amount of choice like I could go with him is staggering because he's still fairly simple as a character, so it has a lot of potential. I I don't know if it's just
I
I
mean,
don't feel like I know that much about the world to choose it, or is it more of a mat, or more of a matter on myself of
Yeah, that's the thing.
I
Like the idea is the world still we don't it's not fully fleshed out, which is good because we can add stuff to it.
Yeah,
right?
you can influence it. I mean,
Yeah, yeah,
tell
yeah.
me
So
what you're looking
I
for or understand. Yeah.
okay.
you can want this character to be
I
anything. Like you can be like, by the way, like I don't know, he had this like really fixation on dragons and he wants to become a red dragon, right? Like I don't know, like it can be any random bullshit you want to make up, right? Like
Yeah. And of course, you can have these things be, as like Spike said, your character might not know they want these things now,
Yeah,
but later. Like, my character probably isn't thinking about building an Amidium right now, but he's probably going to think about that, after he does all this. Like, okay, so I got all these people, I got to protect them somehow now,
yeah, it's like the way I look at it is like, let's say you're watching a show for the first time, like a brand new TV show or anime or whatever, right? And you watch like the first 3 episodes, and like throughout these first 3 episodes, you start seeing like this character, and you're like, oh, this character's cool. I hope he ends up with this girl, or I hope he, gets to do this thing because like it looks like it's from big first family. I hope he gets this, right? I hope he gets that. I hope he get like you can like speculate and think of things for this character. Like it's not your character, but you still can like have an idea of what you want for the character to happen. So like
And then they get killed.
yeah, then they get killed, and you're like, that's
And
bullshit.
then they get killed.
Well, I mean,
and you
that's
cry,
why
And you stop watching the show.
Well, that's why people like hated the end of Game of Thrones, right? Like everyone had ideas of what they wanted for all these characters, and the writing team was like, we want to make them like we want to blow their mind and not let them see what's coming. So we're just gonna really fuck over all their stories and make them like opposite direction of what they should go, right? And that's why people hated the end of Game of Thrones because it wasn't what they wanted, right? But I mean, for real, like it was okay. Like everything ended a way. It just wasn't the way everyone wanted it to end. Yeah,
I think what they had a problem with season 8 was the last few episodes was how it kind of screwed over its own logic at the end.
yeah, because everyone's character didn't do what they were leading to. It just went like completely opposite direction. But yeah, it's what I'm saying. Like you can make up whatever you want for this character. Like it even if you need assets for it, like Nick, you can be like, hey Nick, I need you to put this in the world somewhere. He'd be like, okay, cool, it's over here, done. It's like cool, now I can write. It's like how you're saying you don't know much about the world. Like you can make up stuff for the world to have what you need for the character.
Okay. So, just make up stuff, ask Nick to see what might fit, and go on from there.
Yeah. Like I said, I broke Artemis in the game. Okay, this is what happened. Ball's dead, blah, 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 right? And it's like, put it in the game, right? And it's done.
Yeah, evil company doing X thing, my character involved. Boom, there.
Yeah. So it's like you just make stuff up. Infinite possibilities.
The only limit is your imagination. Well, also game balance, that too, I guess.
Well, that's why you guys are here to rein me in. Like I'm so used to trying to limit myself to the small minutia, like like the minutia of details. It's
Even game balance is a big deal, right? Because I mean, if your goal is to like become the ruler of the world, like that's the in-game goal. So once it happens, it doesn't matter, right? It's like it's done.
Oh yeah. If we're talking about goals, then yeah, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
mm,
The goals for me is more so just to get a kind of an idea of what I need to really prepare for you, or what I can put in to help you, or what you would like to be within the world, or where it fits best, or kind of just so I can get ahead of that and be just in general
So it's a
like
good lead
go
up.
yeah you just like
not
okay,
just
so
like-
you want to be an arena, so I've already started looking for arenas. I've already started looking for like detective-esque characters for the crimes that murderers seems that he's going to be planning to do. Stuff like that. In that
Crimes, it's punishment.
crimes
They
only
went-
if you get caught.
They went to jail and then mysteriously disappeared.
So, quick
So
question.
It's what we care about.
Is there a Geneva-like state now, or will there have to be one once Murderous is done with the world?
Maybe make the UN.
which Geneva
I
Convention
mean,
are
once
you
my
going
character's
off
done with
of?
the world, I won't be needing any more. My character won't be doing that anymore. Won't be doing.
Yeah, so like the idea is like the stuff that we're gonna be caring about, right? And the idea is we were trying to make sure everyone has stuff because again we don't want the same situation to happen where it's just like a lot of the players have stuff and the other characters just following along because we don't have stuff, right? So like we got to like figure out what you're gonna be wanting to do throughout the game that as a group we can be doing it, right? Because I mean if you're like okay I have an idea. I'm just gonna go to every town and fight in the arena. It's like that's gonna get really boring for all of us just fighting in an arena, right? Like
Right.
so like working on a system that allows you to mechanically just roll some dice and be like, cool, I won the arena, right? Instead of having like every other session just us at an arena fighting, like the whole session because we gotta go through all the rounds and but like basically I hated that shit when I did it in New Beginnings. I was like, yeah, not doing that again. Yeah, as a DM I was like, nah, not never. Yeah.
Yeah. So like, I think I believe I was considering this early on how he could don his luchador disguise or wrestling disguise when he's in combat amongst other people, like with a crowd watching, just trying to work up the showmanship there, using, I guess, using his performance skill to make the fight as interesting as possible with a bunch of objects lying around or a bunch of buildings. But, I'm not sure how often we're going to be fighting, so kind of same deal.
Yeah. Like
Uh,
Kind
but
of
I would
depends on you
that-
guys. I mean,
Yeah.
Yeah,
I would
yeah.
assume the fights that take place in arenas when like you're fighting like a rival or something where it's actually be interesting and maybe like it's a special fight where it's like not just like you hit him, he hits you, you hit him, he hits you, you hit, and then 3 hours later we're like okay we're done, that was a good fight, right? It's like yay that was so fun listening to that fight go back and forth, right? Like for 3 hours.
Mhm.
So like I don't know like some quick time event some bullshit where it's just like I don't know you do parappa the rappa and you dance a little bit and then you do the up down left right arrows and you make sure you hit them properly and then if you do it right you win the crowd and you do some cool thing, right? Like yeah, but I mean like it's more often like we're trying to figure out things that can be created in the world that we all could potentially be caring about, because even having something like so awesome that but like only you care about it because of how awesome it is to you, like I said, like with Artemis's thing with the whole Valspawn thing, not everyone's going to care about killing those things unless they're connected in some other meaningful way, right? Like if we're as a group interacting with something like a Valspawn or something, right? But I made it very simple for Nick to do that because it can be anything, right? And it can be tied to other people. That's the main thing, right? Like if the arena champion in X town is a Valspawn, I'm like, cool, I'm entering an arena to accidentally murder that guy, right, in the arena. Because maybe the arena's like, oh, you can't fight him to the death. They'd be like, oh no, I stabbed him a little bit too hard, right, and he's dead now, right? Like, so, yeah, the Valspawns can be anything connected to anyone, so that's why it's like that. So I'm hoping that when we do things, there's going to be enough of us caring about each individual thing. Like, it probably is going to be everyone all the time, but the thing should probably be something that you can kind of get some people to care about.
Mm. Yeah, that would make sense. Well, what are...
I mean, even if you get someone to be like your manager or something in the group, so like, I don't know, you winning the fight's bigger to them as well because when you make money, they make money or something like that. Like, yeah, they get their like, what is it, 10%, 20%, 30%, whatever the bullshit number they make up to. Yeah, under contract or whatever. Yeah, I don't know, something weird.
Huh, well, 95% is less than 100, so that
Yeah,
must
yeah.
be a really good deal.
Yeah, they slide you steel chairs when the ref's not looking.
Yeah. I'm just trying to think, what would your characters care about that I could make?
I've already said it like too much, I think, to add to Artemis with everyone. So like,
Yeah.
I'd rather someone else
Yeah.
like do something.
Okay,
so,
with
like,
someone.
So,
Like, I don't know what. Oh, go ahead.
yeah, I was thinking like what we said earlier today, when we mentioned me accidentally killing some of the kids in the orphanage trying to escape. Perhaps Kai can have like a issue with killing, because I was planning on making him do something like what I'm not sure if you guys can get the reference, but what Senna does in League of Legends, where she shoots through her allies to like heal them as well as deal damage upon hitting the enemy. Um, so that kind of gives us a support character in the group, as well as kind of playing along with the, I guess the issue of him like just being all out aggressive with his power. Questions or
I was
comments on
gonna
that?
say it was like
So
that, but
is
no, I guess not.
he?
What'd you
So
say, Nick?
is he? Okay.
No, I was saying it was again. It's like a similar thing to with the whole like powers kill people, so don't want to use powers again because I might kill someone type deal.
Mhm.
Yeah. So you're trying to use them for good potentially, like to help instead of just harm.
Trying to, I guess, clear my name in a way. So if anyone can find a way to like convince me like, hey, going this route would be beneficial to clearing your name or showing that you aren't evil.
Having Prize's character be like, "You've got to be the ultimate good for the universe." God.
Hold on. Let me grab my purple hat. Oh yeah. You gotta be the change, man. The change you want to see in the world. You gotta power bomb your fears and insecurities through a table. And that's my
Also-
life.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you might not want to do such a rough
Oh,
accent
right.
for that character, because I'll tell you what,
It's
you're
grating?
gonna- yeah.
Yeah.
Oh no, you're just gonna hurt yourself.
You're gonna get guys, I can't play today. My voice is gone.
Yeah. We did
Yeah.
that like
Can't talk anymore. Sorry, guys.
yeah, we did that for like 3 minutes in the game once, and then it was like, okay, I'm dead for like a week now. I was like, damn.
Yeah. So killing is something they're hesitant on because of an issue they had in overcoming. I guess
Yeah.
an issue in
We
having
talked about
killing
it.
kids.
Yeah, they were trying to, I guess, how did you put it, Nick?
Cleanse would probably be the closest idea.
Gotcha.
Oh wait, well, they were yeah. Cleanse is probably the closest what they were trying to do to you. Yeah.
Yeah, so they were trying to cleanse me and just get rid of me. So a fight or flight situation happened where I decided to fight, and yeah, I blew up the orphanage or did some major damage to the orphanage, and some casualties were the kids I grew up with.
Oh man, this is so fucked up.
But yeah,
I'm
What?
just thinking. I'm thinking of just again with like Josh being one of the only black people again. It's like there he is. We must cleanse him. It's like god damn it. It's like people just chasing you. Like everyone's looking around. Like why is he after him? It's like I don't know. He's black, but I mean anything else? It's like
He's
nah.
black.
That's super fucked up.
Yeah.
Oh, that was the racist here.
No,
Oh, you
it's just,
still can be.
yeah. I was just like oh god. Well, I mean,
Who gets them first? Josh's backstory or your character? You know?
I know, my
Now,
character-
guys,
my
we
character
can
wouldn't
all be
chasing them down
racist
for the color of their
together,
skin
come
just
on.
because he wants to put them in a stillborn.
It's not the color of the skin, it's the fact they have skin.
Yeah, they need to have metal plating. It's better.
I mean, you can't get pimples on on solid steel, so be
Oh my
my
god,
guest.
imagine a stillborn having pimples.
it's like it'll be like nuts and stuff, right? Like bolts and nuts is sticking from his.
Yeah,
brain.
bolts enough. They just eventually over time screw out.
Yeah, like you take them off by screwing them off and
Was
oil
that-
leaks out instead of pus.
Did they do that in Futurama? I'm sure they did that in Futurama.
Yeah,
To be
Someone has done it.
Yeah, I assume there was
It's
like
hard to
some
guess.
nerd bot or
It's trash.
something with glasses and a bunch of bolts. Yeah, they had to have. I'm imagining that, so I must have seen it from there. But yeah, so like, but I mean, it's not like Josh's background or his thing will have a problem. It's not like they're traveling with like I don't know the Lord of Murder or anything. There should be no killing involved. But yeah, I don't like. But I mean, surprise, your character's not gonna be like even doing the killing stuff anyway. I mean, it's just gonna be wrestling and trying to win fights. And I assume most arenas isn't like to the death.
Yeah, like he would do anything to make sure his opponents were not killed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because I mean, well, it might make for an interesting headline. It would definitely kill his reputation and his availability to fight. If, hey, this guy killed someone, and yeah, that is going to.
So being that, the whole Lord of Murder thing, people probably going to die.
Usually by your hands, because Artemis makes you guys kill things, which should be interesting.
No, we don't kill them. They go to jail.
Yeah. I mean, it's up to you if you kill them, knock them out, or whatever, right?
Yeah.
Once again, I just see a big glaring, what's the word, difference of morality there. I want to make sure that everyone is understanding and on board that the ideals of the other characters may conflict heavily with yours, and if that's going to be a problem, we might need to rethink things. That's why I'm just.
Oh yeah, Fred, you're right there. It could just no. Rust would be a rash.
It's hives, really. But
but-
yeah, Nick, where you're getting at is that we need to make sure that our characters would have a way, no matter which direction of that is, when we're arguing
Or-
about morality, murdering people, stuff like that, where we can still play, or we're just okay with having like a short character arc, I guess.
Yeah,
Like, are you just trying to nip the problem in the bud?
I'm interested to see if people actually are good, right? Because I have yet to play with a good character, it feels like.
Yeah, my character is
Excuse
going
you.
to be.
Hey, people have
What?
killed people in those games.
What? Yeah, no, I'm not talking about this. But yeah, I understand fully. I've watched some of the streams where you're playing an evil character and the other people aren't. It's just like, wow, they're evil. Fuck, what was I gonna say? To put it simply, my character is neutral towards pretty much everybody but the Steelborn. So, and I guess to his test subject.
Yeah, I was gonna say I
But,
mean,
like-
what do you count neutral murder?
So honest, yeah. Though putting things from his point of view for morality, he sees what he's doing to his test subjects as basically just making use of people who are gonna die anyway. Cause like, oh well, the soul extraction failed and they died. Well, I guess they just go where they were gonna go anyway.
Yeah, I guess you're trying to say like, I guess you're trying to say using them for a better purpose than what they're going to be, right? Neither dying
Yeah,
or put in
and
jail
just
for
getting their heads
life,
chopped off.
or yeah.
He sees it as mercy, if anything.
Sure.
Getting to be part of something better. Yeah. That's
Yeah,
not
yeah,
his
yeah.
morality, though.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like I was saying, like
And he doesn't want to genocide all he doesn't want to genocide all organics, though.
yeah, like
Yeah.
it's
Random
a
slaughter,
it's a
he won't be
point.
in favor.
It's a different opinion and points of views, right? Like I'm
Yeah.
like I said, I'm assuming that Hitler thought he was the good guy, getting rid of all the evil Jews in his eyes, right? So like it's however you see things, it's fine, right? It's just we're working on this like out of character, I guess. Like I have never played Artemis in a way to have a problem with good characters, as long as they're not like zealot good, right? Like, wait, I sense that you're kind of an evil thing or something. I must murder you now, right? For no reason other than I think you're evil, right? So other than that, it should be fine. But also, it seems like most of these people are good in the way of timid. Like, I don't want to kill again, right? Like, oh, but you have killed, right? And then Artemis can use that as fuel to be like, well, I mean, you're already killed. I mean, why'd you kill? Oh, you do what you gotta do? Yeah, that's why we're doing this. We have to do what we have to do, or we're gonna die. So let's kill some people, right? Like that's how she usually spins things. Like she can use people's baggage to help
Yeah,
get
I
her
just
goals.
don't want if people don't want that kind of role play because it's not always the best role play. Some people might not like that.
I mean,
What if,
visually,
yeah.
it sounds like the best. I mean, we're interacting with people's
like,
backstory.
you know, your direction is like this is the right way, and they're like, no. What happens after that?
Oh, well, I mean, I will probably talk to you about it, manipulate you about it, and if you're just like, no, I'm be like, well, yes.
Then what if there's still a no? That's what I'm saying.
Well, I mean, that's a problem both ways.
Yeah. So I mean, it's morality clashing.
Yeah, and we'll see what happens when it clashes.
We can talk about it now.
Well, I mean, we can role play it out, but I mean, we have to know more about your character first.
In case we're like stubborn, like you're stubborn on going forward with the murder because.
Oh no! I'm not stubborn.
Yeah.
Like I'm gonna explain in like very many details why it works. But if you're just like no, just cause, I'm like, well, you're the one with the problem here, technically.
Yeah, but saying we do have a reason why we doesn't because it goes against our morals. Then
Oh yeah, then we're agree to disagree, and the group's gonna be probably divided between both of us, right? It's not gonna just be like you versus me in a question, and then like everyone else is just standing on the sideline, like, oh, I have no dog in this fight. No, I'm pretty sure it's gonna be like okay, we need to handle a certain situation. Like, should we kill this guy or should we just bring him to jail, right? And then if the basic thing is like, well, it says dead or alive, so we could technically kill him. It's like, well, he's given us a bunch of trouble, and he keeps breaking free of his bonds, and blah, blah, blah. I think it's easier to just kill him, right? And you're like, no, we should keep him alive. I'm like, well, then you have to deal with it, right? And if you're like, well, I will deal with it. And I'm like, don't lose him then. And if he gets lost, it's like, see, you were wrong, right? Like, Artemis would be okay with that. Artemis would be okay allowing him to live just to potentially prove someone wrong in their like ideals, right? Like that kind of thing, because it gives her fuel for later. Because like she doesn't care about the random guy getting away. She can give a fuck about that. It has nothing to do with her. But I mean, the idea of like setting ground for bigger things later. So like next time when like we're like, okay, we have the same choice now, and I'm like, remember what happened last time? And everyone's like, yeah, I remember we lost out on that. And I'm like, yeah, we should probably do things my way now, right? And like, yeah, that makes more sense. And then you're like, but, and then the whole group's against you, right? Because of potential role play out like scenes that happened prior. Like I said, like I'm fine with all that like role playing out. I don't see it as a problem. Like again, because more often than not, like unless you're talking about like killing ball spawn, like then yeah, she's gonna be very much wanting to kill them. But if you're talking about like randomly killing people, Nervous doesn't care that much about randomly killing people. To her, there's another person, like any person just as good as another person or same soul or whatever, right? Mm-hmm. So like it doesn't really matter too much to her about that. So,
well, the issue I'm seeing is that okay, so if someone has an issue with killing someone in general, they might not be completely on board with killing ball spawn.
Yeah. But if you have an issue with killing in general, then I can tell you right now that I'm pretty sure you're going to be the odd man out here, not the one that's willing to potentially kill the bad guys trying to murder us. That's okay with that, not specifically kill.
If our characters know about the ball spawn thing with you, and you're like, hey, I want to kill them, my character's probably going to see them as just like he sees test subjects. They're going to die anyway, and he'd ask, hey, can I experiment on them instead? You know, is probably what he'd think.
Yeah. Like I'm saying, like it's not even like that. It's just a basic D&D thing, right? Like D&D, like more often than not, like if you're going to be the lawful good paladin. Just like if you're going to be the like chaotic evil murder hobo, you're always going to be the one that's like in the wrong in that situation, right? Usually because you're not going to get along with anyone else, like because it's like you're too far extreme to one side. So if you're not willing to talk and compromise and roleplay scenes about like killing or not killing something, then there's like yeah, like it's yeah. I have never had a problem with Artemis with good or evil characters in the group, so. I see here being even easier because we're actually better role players than most of the groups that I'm with.
Yeah, but when you present it as manipulation of the characters, kind of like technically PvP.
No, I mean manipulation like role play. Like if we're bringing up role, like I would say like these are like flags that people are touching on because you bring them up, right? Like the idea of saying like, oh yeah, this is in my backstory that I killed 3 people. That's why I don't want to do it. I assume when we start murdering people, like we roll initiative, start killing stuff, that's just boring as fuck if we're just killing stuff. But if you like stop us and say, hey, we can't kill things, then I'm like, oh, why can't we, right? And we start talking about it, and then you bring up why, and then I use that stuff later to like say like, oh well, remember how you did what you had to do? We're doing what we have to do now. And if you're like, well, that's wrong, and I'm like, well, it wasn't wrong when you did it. You should let yourself die then, right? And he's like, well, no, like, right, like using that kind of stuff to try to get an edge in the scene, right? Like, and if you can figure out something like that to work it in my character too, then that's just good, right? That's just good role play. Like interacting with people's backgrounds and backstories to bring up certain things and to get things. Most of the time, people aren't good enough to even have that conversation role play wise, but I assume you will be, Josh. So it'll be good back and forth. And if the end result is we kill the person, that's what it is. If the end result is we don't kill the person, then I don't care either way. Like out of character, I don't care either way how it happens to the random NPC if we're killing them or not. I'm just hoping we get some good role play out of it, and I'm gonna do my damnedest to get that good role play out of it. But if everyone's just like, nah, can't do it just cause, I'm like, that's not good role, right? It's like, then I don't care about even the interaction of it then. And if that's the interaction, which is just someone being stubborn saying no just cause I don't want to, and not actually giving good reasons why or having good role play from it, then I'm gonna be like, well, no, I'm gonna do it just because I want to then, right? And I feel like I'm have the moral high ground there because I'm giving good reasons why to do something, right? If I give reasons and the other person says no just cause, yeah, that's
Well,
not
how about this? Did you guys talk about the artifacts that we're supposed to be collecting and things?
Now we
Or
were
is that gonna be a thing?
I'm still working, fleshing that out, but yeah.
I figured
This
that
is just an
would
idea
be-
to be throwing out, so I'm gonna toss up an idea in case we do go that route.
Uh-huh.
If there is a artifact that that perhaps I can start with that collects souls to maybe build like a fire that's going to be used against the temple. Perhaps that will give me justification of those who I need to like purge myself, instead of having the church purge them. So maybe there's a different route or something like that. But it's just
Yeah,
spitballing.
also, if it's like a if you have like a soul collection artifact thing, my character would be very interested in that.
I'm also thinking of like how in what was it the Pokemon game with the evil Lucario, whatever, the guy like the evil guy was like part of Team Snatch Him and he steals the Snatch Him machine before he leaves and he's using it to catch all the evil Pokemon that they made or whatever.
Yeah.
So something similar to that where like you steal their like soul machine that they were using and instead of it them
Goes
like
to Alice,
like yeah, like instead of twisting it from evil, you're trying to like make it good or something like that, and you're using it for good to like undo what
Yeah.
they've done. Yeah.
That's a good idea. I'll.
I mean, that doesn't even have to be part of the big thing. That can
Yeah,
be part of the
I
thing.
don't think it's going to be a part of the big thing,
Mm-hmm.
but I'll think of something. Maybe we can talk about it being something racial for you.
Yeah, it's like
because
that's like
it makes
Artemis'
sense.
Bellspawn stuff, right? Or
Yeah, because
Maybe I'm the artifact itself. Maybe I absorb the souls. That's my quirk, but it makes me different.
okay, and I'm just spitballing here,
Mhm.
thinking things out loud because so soul, Gracefield purges soul or cleanses the souls, puts them back into bodies,
Mhm.
and you have somehow
Like the Pied Piper of Soul.
you kind of inherited part of that ability, right? Where you kind of take in souls. So souls within your proximity that die
Mm-hmm.
slowly build your own
So,
empire,
what
your own force.
what about
Oh.
something like the item, whatever it was
It
used
got-
on you?
I'm
So like
undying.
you were.
Yeah. This is like you're basically undying.
Yeah, I was thinking you're undying, right? Yeah, or like the item was like used on you at some point, but something happened. Like neither like it wasn't like whatever how they do it. It wasn't like completed. So your soul kind of went in it and then out of it or sort of. So like you touched it. So like it's like you can interact with it maybe or something. Like that's why you're able to interact with it because you're the only one that went in it and came out of it.
Yeah. See they if they knew what he was, and this is just going off of his character story where he's half of the kind of like demons that like combust, and a child of Gracefield, they wouldn't put any kind of artifact into him. He's an anomaly. He's an unknown.
Oh, I thought the artifacts were used to cleanse people like Josh's character. Oh, okay.
People cleanse them. They say a prayer, and they effectively die. And then Gracefield comes, collects the soul, purifies it in Attalus flame, and then places it back into a body, and then the cycle of life continues.
Okay. So this couldn't be the artifact that, like, they couldn't. I mean, all you have to do is say there's an artifact he uses to do this whole process, right? Like to do the whole taking the soul and put it in a new body or something.
Yeah, well, that's like part of the divinities thing, and that's why I was like implementing it into him where he takes in a part of that might be making it more in the line of him being an anomaly, something that other of his kind can't do.
I mean, even if there's only one artifact thing and he took it from them, I mean, they're hunting him for that as well. I was like,
Yeah. Like I said, there's a couple of different things we can work on. Give me some time to really see what feels better. I mean, an item is something that he can lose,
Yeah.
and that is something that is very coveted. Obviously, Murder said that he wanted, but what's stopping Murders from throwing Kai in jail and just taking the artifact?
his basement.
I mean, yeah, if he's in jail, there's another situation that'd be happening afterwards.
Right. But
Yeah.
my point is, what stops you from doing that?
Okay,
though, right?
well, let's look at let's go backwards with it. What is it? Okay, once it doesn't matter what it is, doesn't matter what you have, doesn't matter what it is. Let's look at it as what is it going to do for you? Like what can you do now that you have this thing, or you have this thing in you or part of you, whatever. Like it's supposed to be, you're now
It'll
going
make
around
it-
with it to.
yeah. It'll make it so that my character isn't as reluctant to have things by around me because I can kind of take the soul in and protect it. In a
Okay,
way.
so any soul basically.
Yeah.
Because that's Artemis' thing. She absorbs the soul of the battle spawn. She eats that to get stronger.
Yeah,
the
but my
body
character's
is-
looking to extract souls.
Yeah,
and
we
put
all
them
have
in
soul
another
stuff.
body.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Artemis, when she does, she absorbs the battle spawn's soul, eats it, gets its power, and then the body just like disintegrates pretty much. It turns like the dust, like a demon would or something like that.
With all this talk of souls, would I just be better off playing like some slime that just wants to eat a bunch of corpses?
I mean,
Gotta do something with all these soulless corpses.
That is your choice. If you'd like to do that, you can do that too. But you're more than welcome to play whatever you like.
Yeah, just like we learned that your character is like wants to eat corpses, and my character's just like, finally, that wants to use all these. I have too many to compost.
My
you just, like,
favorite.
Then you just like go into his garden and his lab. It's just like there's dead bodies everywhere that are being composted. This goes too slowly.
I like the one with the red scales, but
What?
that one, yeah. But use whatever you want. If you want to use the other one, use the other one.
For what?
Make him a vigilante.
I don't know. Wombat seems a little bit, how do you say, franchise infringement? But
Cares.
But yeah.
But yeah.
So wait. So you want to take the soul, but then, like, you're just holding it. Like, are you waiting to find a body for it, or is it like it's? Because I mean, it seems like when someone dies, they just get to go to their afterlife, and why would you keep them from that?
Yeah, like that's what my character's thoughts on are. If his experiment fails, then okay, they just get to go there after.
Well, I mean, Temple of Soul doesn't believe necessarily in afterlife. They believe in reincarnation, which.
I mean, okay, I guess they're wrong, but alright.
I mean, druids have reincarnation.
I mean, you could say that about any religion.
To be fair, now that I think about it, that's really
But
fucked up in
afterlives
D
are
and D.
proven, so
Well, no, that's really
cowards,
fucked
I
up.
say that about every religion.
No, in D&D specifically, like, if you have, like, this, like, paladin of, like, Tyr that does, like, this whole thing for his life to, like, die in battle, to go to his afterlife to see Tyr or Torm or whatever, and then some druid's like, nah, now you're a squirrel. Have fun. It's like, that's super fucked up, isn't it? It's like, you lose out on going, like, because now you're a squirrel, so now whatever you do in squirrel life, then you have to start over in squirrel life.
you conquer the other squirrels for Torm.
Yeah, that's super fucked up now that I think.
I mean, actually, I can see a way to link that. You're collecting and saving souls that I will then put into Steelborn later.
I mean, that technically is reincarnation. I don't know, right? Like,
I mean,
It's a
just
form of
continued-
reincarnation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just continued life because they keep their memories and stuff, right?
Yeah, I would imagine with early stages of your experimentations would probably yield like mindless kind of droid kind of things. because of how traumatic the experience is. You were the exception to that rule, apparently. And
Yeah,
as
well, not really. My character went insane, so.
okay, well, there was some, things going on.
Maybe
But
Some
you.
minor
other
complications.
Maybe you're on still on animal subjects and you're like making little clockwork, rabbits and squirrels and guinea pigs. Guinea pigs, right?
Yes, my newest creation, the RoboCat.
Yeah. I mean, if they're gonna be mindless anyway and like animalistic, I mean, you might as well put them in an animal too. Like, and then once one gains sentience, like, okay, now I can start moving on to people.
Yeah.
but yeah, I imagine that the trauma of moving one's soul from a body to a mechanical body might leave some scars. So early experimentation might yield not great results, but later on, whenever you've potentially perfected the idea, it'll be more seamless and less traumatic,
Yeah,
less scarring.
even if Josh's character can hold souls for you, like you don't have to carry on a bunch of dead bodies or bodies unconscious back to your lab, tie them up, use their soul, then deal with the body afterwards, right? Like even like in the field, he can
Yeah, I mean,
absorb.
and that's also another thing is that my character doesn't want to force people into becoming Steelborn. So basically he's offering them like a second chance at living, kind of thing.
You don't want to
It's
force
how it
people, you just need subjects, so you're going to force some people that should be dead anyway.
Yeah.
But after that, you're going to stop forcing people, unless you crack further.
Non-evil people, he lets chill.
Yeah. I mean,
He does
What
it
does
to
he
people who,
consider
in his
evil?
eyes, have already forfeited their lives.
So, Josh, you could see it also as if you believe the Temple of Soul to be corrupt and the whole cycle of reincarnation to be not just, you could see as putting their souls into metal bodies, preventing Gracefell from putting those souls into different bodies as a kind of relief, in a sense. Yeah, it's a mercy in the fact that they don't have to worry about being reincarnated
Or combust.
yeah, or combust, yeah, basically.
Yeah, and also, I mean, now they're immortal, so.
Well, until their body gives out and then they have to put themselves into new bodies, but yeah, so
What, Stillborn Age or something?
well, I mean, metal rusts eventually, right? Metal,
Yeah, you just take off the plate, fix it, there you go.
The
yeah,
acne comes for us all.
Or you just continually keep polishing it with prestidigitation or anything like that.
Or make it out of gold.
Yeah, like yeah,
Isn't
gold
gold
steel
like
forged.
really
Gold,
soft?
yeah.
6 con, not modifier. They have constantly 6 con because they're made out of gold, super malleable. They can't take a hit. I don't know.
They
Yeah,
really
gold is
low.
like really, really soft.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
And
Yeah, I mean,
expensive.
regardless, they get another like 600 to maybe 1,000 years because we have really old shit.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But my point is that it would be a reason for him to ally himself like that with you,
Yeah,
because
yeah.
it is
Make
technically.
it, like, secret or something because I still doubt most of the party would be on board with Robo Hitler.
But this also gives Fred a reason to kind of stick around, because then now they have, if he ever relays this back to Soul, they have a method of preventing souls from being reincarnated. That's a big uh-oh. If you don't know, I think Fred is tossed around the idea of a double agent kind of thing. But
Yeah. Specifically, they'd be feigning allegiance to some organization in Rodentia, which I think is that.
yep, you
city
nailed
state
it.
thing.
Yep, you got
Okay,
it.
cool, yeah. They're feigning loyalty to an organization within Rodentia, but really they're working with the Temple of Soul, and I think based on the idea of the reincarnation thing, they were raised thinking that, and please stop me if I'm wrong here, because I am dipping into what I think is the natural consequences of lore, but do they justify the anti-rodent racism by saying, oh, you were reincarnated into a lesser body because in a past life you had sins? Or is it a different way to justify it?
Different way to justify things. they would probably lie to you and say that your soul, like the brainwashing would like consist of your soul was put into a lesser body. So we need to purify you in a like basically work your way up to be purified. So you're doing all your good deeds to kind of maybe mind what is it? Try and trick you into like achieving a quote unquote goal of purity, and then they would exorcise you, kill you, and then you would be quote unquote reincarnated into your rightful body.
But that's not how it really works. So
It's
you just
actually-
Yeah, but that's not how that really works. Yeah, it would be the lie that they tell you.
Yeah,
Don't worry, bro.
They-
We
they-
got the
they're
best
culprits.
body, made
They're
of metal
culprits.
and wood right here, and you get to keep all your memories.
Huh, yeah, they
Wait,
are.
shit. That could actually be a willing thing if they're taught their entire lives that I just need to be purified of my horrible form. Following Mecha Hitler kind of makes sense. What
Yes.
the fuck?
Join me, everyone!
Murderous, you're somehow being a bigger bad guy than the bad guy,
Yeah.
and doing it better too. Like,
Does do
What?
do they?
I mean, go ahead.
I was like, do they follow the same rules as Kobolds, where they just assume the next person born is you, the last person died?
No. That's an interesting idea, but no. It's not like you die, so the next thing born is the other person.
Yeah, the person that died. in order.
It would be kind of like they would teach the idea that every soul has depending on how good or how bad the soul was, takes time to purify how attached to the previous body was. So, I mean, they would probably say, like, some are instantly reborn, some take time, but eventually the souls come back to,
Yeah.
to Grace feels love and Adela's graces. Some religious bullshit like that. But, yeah, like I said, the Temple of Soul are not really good people, so...
no baby leaders.
Yeah, but also,
No
Fred,
baby
like,
leaders.
As soon as
If-
the king
if your
dies, next baby,
character-
his leader.
if my character like purifies your soul and puts you in the perfect body of the Steelborn, then it's just like manipulated, like, ha, you're never reincarnating now. Good luck. Welcome to the.
why would I want to reincarnate? I already did.
Huh? Wait,
What?
explain how you're doing your thing again.
Reincarnate
I'm
into a Warforged?
Yeah,
Like, that's the way the character would view it.
yeah,
Probably.
because essentially you're doing the same thing, but with a metal
yeah,
body
do
instead of.
reincarnated keep their memories and stuff, or
So the children of Gracefield, which are the ones that kind of just the ones that are not born, the ones that just kind of show up. When they hit adolescence, they undergo a kind of like trance-like state when they sleep, where they stop dreaming about like just random things and start seeing past versions of themselves, and they have that uncanny valley thing where they're like looking at some random person, but deep down they're like, I know that person. So in a sense, yes, but in a sense, no. Obviously with enough given time and enough self-awareness,
so
you might.
basically like Kalashtar. They just look at their old memories when they sleep.
Kind of, I guess. I don't know if Kalash. I'm Nick.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know what they are. The ones with the two minds in themselves. Yeah.
Yeah, Kalashtar, yeah, they got their little Kori spirit thing and they don't dream. But I don't remember exactly, like the reincarnated or whatever. And they just see the memories of their old lives or whatever whenever they dream.
Yeah, there was also a thing that says that elves do it too. The elven soul is immortal. I posted it in there, but basically it's the same thing. It's the idea that they're when they dream of their past lives, basically. And I'll leave it up to each person. Like Josh, if you want to think of a past life you had, then you can do that, and you can have dreams about it, and we can make that story element stuff. Like, if you want to find. I mean, maybe if you want to take a feat later down the line, it'll be something along the lines of, like, you have a dream about a thing you left whenever you were previous life, and you go and treasure dive and you find something from your past life, and maybe it can be sentimental too. Or maybe it can be relevant to the story. It
You
just
were an
depends on what
insurance
you're...
salesman.
Wait, what?
You're an insurance salesman. Something random. Something silly.
You were a water vendor. You sold water.
Old water.
I mean, that now I'm thinking about it, I'm like that actually could be something like you were, I was thinking water vendor. Then I was thinking like if you were like a sports event water, like you like gave out water, you can think of like wrestling and then be like, wait, that's connects to Surprise's character.
Any thoughts there, Prize? You've been a little quiet, so I just want to make sure you're.
Just the thoughts of souls, and I was thinking about this. I was just looking up Key real quick because I don't know, it might be a good opener for all the soul stuff people are talking about, since Key is defined as either life energy or spiritual energy by D&D lore.
Say that again for me one more time. Sorry.
Of course. So in D&D lore, I was looking up. Ki is life energy and spiritual energy, and you can learn, and monks can learn to manipulate the ki in themselves to push themselves beyond their limits, or manipulate the ki of other people, as it is known to be a subtle force, but one that can be controlled with the right mindset. So maybe he could have some inkling of this. I'm losing my momentum here. But
Okay, so I understand the idea of key, but what is your particular question? What did you want your character to do? I feel like you want your character to do something or have like in that area, but I've just what are we
It sounds like he's just basically saying like his contribution to Souls things could be something to do with his key. Like he has to like figure it out first, right? If he's basically saying he don't have any ideas.
Like either seeing the souls through his visor, being able to touch the souls, or there is this D&D video I was listening to about this campaign where you could, like, a character could push the souls out of bodies, but to put them in a catatonic state rather than outright killing them. But that is kind of worse than death, to be honest.
I mean, even if you can sense souls or something like that, like sense like if they're good or evil or blah blah blah. I don't know, anything can be completed.
Yeah, I feel like that might be a bit too paladin-y or cleric-y. But
Yeah,
to sense the presence of souls, or to, like, because good and evil seems very subjective, but
yeah, it's hard
I
to
don't know, maybe the color of a soul, the sense of a soul, to see, like, to gain further, because the visor gives advantage on like insight checks to people, so I'm thinking, hey, you could see the color of the souls to see, okay, what are their general mannerisms or their general disposition.
right. So I mean, you can flavor it that way depending on your insight roll. I'd say I don't have a problem with you like giving you that information so that you can kind of make that, but I think it completely depends on the role. But I don't have a problem with. I just others have like put into their like stuff that they for as like a sight or an ability that they have something like that. So I don't want to step on the. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'll say it's hard to do it with your character because you're playing like a basic D&D character where like when Josh is working on his fire character, he's like, oh yeah, I can put that in my character. That could be one of my abilities, right? Like stuff like that. I'm like, yeah, it could be one of your abilities. Yeah, we can work on like, so we're getting ideas to connect story stuff to abilities, to backstory, to everyone else's story, to the overall, like it's all like one big package is like we're working on. But when we're thinking of your character, like, oh yeah, you're an astral monk. So like you have all your ability stuff lined up. So now we're trying to connect something you can do to something we're talking about, like we're doing, which like it's hard to do, right? Because you have a set thing of abilities. So yeah, like so how Nick was saying, like you can reskin something to make it however you want to make it, right? But like saying like, oh yeah, because I was gonna say, oh yeah, maybe you can like since I'm like, oh yeah, I'm giving you technically an ability. I'm saying here's a free ability, right? It's like that like yeah,
Okay,
that
okay.
technically paladins or like you said, paladin someone else could have as an ability. It's like yeah, that kind of would be unfair if I just give you like divine sense, right? As a like if we're saying like, oh you can have that, whatever. Like, yeah, it'd be kind of weird. So yeah, like if you take things as feats, or if you take things as abilities, or like a race thing, like if you take up a racial ability or something that you make up, right? 'Cause you may, well, you'll be a bit human, you said. So yeah,
Yeah.
so yeah.
What would be your character's like? You said main motivation was to be like the best wrestler, right? So you want? Are you
Yeah.
looking to like merchandise? Or are you looking to like? I'm trying to get reasons why you would team up. Like, okay, if you're talking merchandise, I mean,
That's what I say, like a
Murder should,
manager.
yeah. Murder should probably be the character to talk to because he knows business people. His whole country is business people, so he would be able to kind of point you in the right direction. But he'd probably charge a finder's fee or something like that.
Yeah, that's what I said before.
Or
The manager.
yeah,
He
yeah,
seemed like the best
yeah,
fit
a
for it.
manager. Or are you like kind of a social justice warrior? Do you know about the children of Gracefield who, randomly kind of spawn, and you want to open up an orphanage with your name on it to kind of help these children that isn't under the Temple of Soul,
Batman.
and find young children of Graceville who have athletic and acrobatic abilities.
Yeah. And just take them from
You're
You're my
I'm
son
gonna run a
now.
child circus.
Are you willing to have a burn mark on your body? Because you could have been one of the kids that nearly died from eye exposure.
Yeah, I mean, you could have been one of the kids that was in the orphanage.
That wouldn't surprise
you,
us. His character has a family, right? Like he wouldn't be in an orphanage.
Oh, right. He
Yeah.
already set up. So it's fair.
I'm-
We were just throwing out ideas. And
He
we
was
forgot
he was
about
just
that
walking
part.
by with his family, and like,
They're an adopted
you
family.
killed his parents in an alley at with
No,
five.
stop. And from
some
that
reason
day
you were
forward,
right.
I had promised that I would luchador the best lucha I could ever luchador.
They're your foster
Instead of
parents.
bats,
That's
like these
what
random like luchadors come flying by. It's like and you're like, oh no.
Oh,
Luchador
the building
king.
crumbled on him, and he was saved by a wandering luchador. And he asked him, "Train me in your ways," and he said, "Bubbles." Bubbles meal.
Oh.
Bubble
Thinking of
spiel.
Thinking of the thing from like Venture
My-
Brothers. Take me with you. It was a luchador
Yeah,
too.
that's Vamos mijo means come, child.
God. So, just so we don't go off on another tangent, why my character wants to, I guess his goal of being a wrestler is really to experience the different kinds of, well, people in the world. You can tell a lot by fighting somebody where he comes in partially about like sensing intent, behavior, and the visor gets advanced on insight checks. To get an understanding of that person where it'd be like the most open. It's kind of like that flame of passion inside you is unfettered, and he can see it best when he's up against them. It's more of an experience than anything else, but also a learning technique to see where he may be falling, not only on a physical level, but in terms of his perceptions of the world.
Okay, so are you more of a social justice warrior then, in the fact that you want to experience people of multiple varieties then, or are you like just trying to see people, like just explore the world, be more cultured?
I would say more cultured then being a social justice warrior, he doesn't seem to be fighting for any particular injustice. Um, I don't know. So when I
Is
think
there
about social,
anything they would fight for
He's the
or
people's
fight
champ,
against?
right? You gotta be the people's champ. You're a man of the people.
like I'm trying to think about what kind of. Oh, right, I can make up world concerns. Well, to an extent, of course.
But yeah, we made up
Hmm.
like the pirate threat in order to go after pirates, technically.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to get you a reason in world to be with
Yeah,
someone to do something.
Yeah.
yeah, you're throwing me a bone. I'm trying to see how can.
There's
I'm
like
trying to
the
see how.
evil luchador group that goes around and only does it for the money and stuff, and you don't wanna, and you don't like them, and yeah,
Y- Yeah, you know what?
the
You know what?
There's an
anti-lucha.
evil cultist scene of luchadors that are pillaging the land.
Or they're not luchadors. They're just like regular wrestlers. They don't wear the mask. They don't follow the code, right? They
Or even there's a notorious like bandit group that does all their mugging, robbings, pillaging, but they all wear luchador masks, and it's starting to bring
Oh, okay.
really
Yeah,
negative
yeah.
insight into the luchador
Yeah,
rings.
what's the reason for luchadors? Is it to like keep their like private life and like luchador life separate from each other, and like they can be famous as a luchador, but then in real life, like is it like a
It's
respect?
the enmity that
Yeah,
we
yeah, yeah. So
fight. Yeah,
they don't get any of that hate, right? So like, but it's also they
yeah,
don't get any of the fame. So like these, like I was saying, like the unmasked luchadors, like they want the fame. They want to be known as a. So it's like it's kind of like a, yeah, like a thing people are
Yeah,
like. That's kind of messed up, right? I don't know.
yeah. It's like you can be humble when you step out of the ring
Yeah.
because you don't have anyone stroking your ego unless they are in the know. And at that point, I mean, it's more of a genuine, hey, your family, hey, you are like family, so we still love you regardless. You can be a piece of crap sometimes, but
I mean, and then that could be the people that actually use the mask when they do crime. Same people. I don't know. Could be the
yeah.
same type. I don't know. It sounds funny enough to, but actually
I
makes
mean,
sense.
I mean, that is a world building thing where I can throw in, the hierarchy of, someone just disgracing the luchador name if that's something you want to fight for.
Yeah, so it's like a. I'm thinking of it kind of like the Gray Fox, but the Gray Fox isn't a horrible person normally.
I
Uh,
don't know what the Gray Fox is.
okay, fine. For some reason, I keep getting to Lore Dump Elder Scrolls with this campaign. The Gray Fox is an infamous criminal in Tamriel who's been there for a long ass time, and that's simply because there is no one Gray Fox. There's a one magical mask. Whoever puts it on loses their identity and becomes the Gray Fox. Uh, so I'm thinking, so I'm thinking of it. It's just like a Gray Fox situation, but it's just they're using the mask for evil. You know,
Opposite Batman.
when it's supposed to be for good. Yeah, like that.
Yeah. Oh, it could also be that fighting in recent years has been dying down due to the not like the over commercialization of things. Well, he has to be commercialized to an extent to get recognition, but to bring the glory of wrestling back to what it once was, rather than these.
Yeah. Like
What is it?
another good idea would be like maybe the wrestlers or the fighters that don't wear masks are more popular because people can identify more of them. Like, oh, that's I know that guy. I can see him on the streets, right? Like these other guys that wear masks, I can't see them all the time. Like I don't know who's like right in the crowd. So like I like people like maybe like these guys more, so they're more crowd favorites because of they can identify and see them. Like that's a person I can see them in real life, right? So like it's like kind of giving them an unfair advantage, which is you can use like explain why you're not the most right another reason because you're sticking to like traditions of wearing the mask where like they're not, so you're trying to like you're at a disadvantage because of it. You gotta prove to be the best while still wearing the mask, right? Or the most popular.
Yeah, yeah. I was trying to find like a handicap or a reason why. Hey, this guy may have like maybe a great fighter, but isn't recognized, and this is the reason.
Yeah, it can be like the thing like some random dudes like at the arena's like, you're wearing the mask. Like according to our ratings here, that doesn't really. I'm gonna put you low billing or something like that because, like you're not gonna bring in the crowd. So like even
Yeah.
like the community is like against you technically, or the people that because I mean the people that make money will be the ones that kind of get to decide where you go. So I mean,
Yeah, it's
It's
like
good,
more
I
of
like
a
it.
it's more of a numbers game, and then something to go on. It's like, hey, you're supposed to throw this fight. It's like, I'm not throwing the fight. He's going to fight me fair and square in that ring. I don't care what you say.
yeah, like he's more popular though. It's like right
Yeah,
according to our
guys,
number.
look in the chat for the game. That's gonna be sports in the country I'm gonna make.
I'm sorry, I just saw the take me with you thing first.
That's really good. Have you seen that movie?
Yeah.
TV show?
Or
Or
the-
Real
oh,
Steel. It's a movie.
real?
Yeah,
No,
but
I
I mean,
have
they're-
not. I have
they're-
not.
Oh yeah, it's
they're-
boxing, not wrestling, but you
Well,
still
no,
get the
no. But I'm just saying, like they're controlled by humans more. So
A Rock'em Sock'em Robot is what I'm thinking
yeah,
of.
that's what it is pretty much.
I mean, they just tell them what to do, like through voice comms. But yeah, like,
But here's an anime where it's the same thing.
yeah.
So it's fitting for the
Also,
campaign.
funnily enough, Real Steel's a pretty good movie.
Yeah,
in my
it is.
opinion.
Yeah, it's okay. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's pretty good.
But moving on. Yeah.
Ooh, I see you, Jackman.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's,
Uh,
Also, some sick robot dancing.
Yeah, but essentially, I guess he grew up, at least learn. I'm not really sure how technologically advanced the world is.
I would say fantasy. Just, I mean,
don't
like,
don't overthink it, bro.
yeah. Don't overthink too much. Just
You know,
fantasy, flintlock pistols, not telephones, not electricity.
If you need something specific, talk to Nick about having it.
Yes,
but
yes.
don't try to
Absolutely,
think about
yes.
everything that exists in
Okay.
it and then work around it. Right? Yeah.
So flintlocks are the extent of firearms.
More or less. I mean, you can also do like steampunk kind of ideas as well.
Yeah. If there's something needed, it could be provided.
Yeah. So,
All
like,
right, so my character will not only purify the Steelborn and make them a homeland with a giant robot defending it. He will pioneer firearms.
Laser cannons.
yeah.
Yeah, and
Slavery
laser
cannon. Oh,
Yeah, it's-
laser. I thought you
And
said
laser tigers.
I heard slavery
Wait.
cannons. I'm like,
Reload.
excuse me.
We shoot
Quick, get it.
chains that enslave people.
Yeah,
we
you
shoot
like-
shackles at them.
You need like Iron Man
Fucking
laser
hell.
cannon things from your hands. I mean, come on.
I was
Yeah.
thinking more like that. Give one commoner a coconut and pass it along to like 5,000 commoners in a single turn.
Oh, the
the
stupid
peasant
cannon.
railgun.
Yeah.
Yes, yes.
The collar of it.
You slaves
Yeah.
shall stay
Yeah.
here and
We're gonna take those flintlocks and make revolvers and automatic weapons and then laser beams. That's what we're gonna do. It's gonna be my army.
Also, I have another leader for you guys to see. It's just a matter of.
Was there
Uh,
a spot for them?
Yeah, there's
Hey.
plenty of spots.
Wait, hey, where'd Fat Merchant go?
He's off on
Oh,
Fat
I
Merchant
deleted
things.
them. Yeah.
No, not that one. The other one with the girl.
He's doing Fat Merchant things. He can't be here all day. Damn.
It's just-
Okay, I guess. Then why
uh,
can all these guys be here all day?
They're leaders. They have nothing else better to do.
What? Little King doesn't have anything better to do?
hey, you leave Cornell Wallace III alone, okay?
See how many?
Yes,
Is that Dionysus?
He's like 1 point or 2 points away from being a leader. You gotta respect him.
I'll put on the bottom all of your merchants.
Yeah, I probably know some. I probably know these guys. So.
Yeah, I'll get you the names, but I mean, eventually everyone's gonna know
Very
them. but-
overexcited goblin. It's a bunch of hats. I can't see what that is. Yep, it's a bunch of hats. Yeah, it's a bunch of hats.
Hat Man.
He sells hats.
The face is very hard to see in Hatman.
What's the goblin's name?
I don't have names for the merchants yet. That's actually a woman, and there's like one-eyed cats.
Wait, really?
Yeah, here, let me posters again.
Yes, Goblin Merchant number 1. I need more of that gas. Don't ask why. It's for an experiment.
It's more like acid. Just trying to touch people with it.
A really fun thing. If you made if in D&D you made a combination of basically if you made chlorine gas the really easy way you can do it with bleach and drain cleaner and stuff. Fun thing. It wouldn't just deal poison damage. It would also deal acid damage because it creates hydrochloric acid. You throw a jar of that shit at somebody, they're gonna be taking both.
Do I need to be concerned about this? Do I need to make an item?
Possibly. The
Okay, but
Steelborn
if you
are not
were-
affected by the poisons. It is our best weapon against the organics.
Wouldn't it exclusively be acid damage, though? Like,
No.
unless you're talking about it melting your lungs or something.
Well, yeah, this thing is, chlorine gas would still be counted as poison damage, even though the way that it hurts people is by,
Melting stuff.
well, it binds to water in their lungs and creates hydrochloric acid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm.
But
Which
in
is-
itself,
that's a
it's not
poison thing,
corrosive.
yeah.
Yeah, it's poison. It's
Yeah.
poison damage that causes acid damage.
Yeah, so it's first round this effect, second round that effect.
Exactly.
I mean, it could be poisoned, and then when you're poisoned, you take,
You take
acid.
acid, yeah. Yeah, the
Yes.
Steelborn, we can't even breathe, so we won't be affected by the gas.
Same.
Wait until we invent bridge magnets.
That's what they counter us with. They just build a magnet. Fuck our weakness. Run. We can't.
Yeah.
Why magnets?
Yeah. Close to claptrap. Magnets.
We just put up
stairs.
a compass, and then we chase you around with it.
Is that, oh, that would be the
Just a
Triton
tiny
or
little needle in there is enough. Just like,
the random
We
water
gotta
kingdom
dig out
somewhere.
ourselves. We got-
Oh goodness.
Okay. So, anyone have questions about the world or anything else we want to hit right away, or is there any other points you guys want to bring up or things you looking for?
One question. So this place, Zilla. So that's where where Steelborn originated, right? The grand
Yes.
idea
Yeah.
of
Yeah.
Steelborn?
Yeah. That's where.
Are they like still making more out of that big crystal thing, or?
More out of the Soul Forge?
Yeah, that thing, the Soul Forge.
Yeah, so I imagine the Soul Forge is like a public use thing, like that's heavily guarded, but it's just like whenever you marry or bond with someone, it's like you're my mate. You guys like they petition the government like, hey, can we produce offspring? And they're like, yeah, okay, and then they like bring them in, and then they use the forge, and then that's how they bring like new offspring alive.
Okay, so that's how Steelborn reproduce like that. Okay.
Yeah. So that's the idea of how
They
the
submit a
Steelborn
document. That's how they
Character
reproduce.
goal: hijack it. That's how I'll make more Steelborn, and I get rid of their souls, people. And then when those people want to have a kid, we make the little Steelborn, rip the soul out of it, put the baby soul in it. Then we just like make it a bigger body later. Or if they want to stay small, they can stay.
Do they get a box? I haven't seen Robot in forever. Is it they get a box and then they build the baby?
Yeah, I recall so.
Isn't that
They
like
build
the
a
same
baby.
as like Futurama?
All right, here you go. Here you go. Congratulations on your new child. Have fun assembling it.
I kind of like that idea too.
Give them an assembly kit.
Yeah. I mean, even if like the Soul Forge, you actually have
I
to
still-
forge a kid. Like if you have to do it, like you have to make your own kid.
Yep, come on.
yeah,
Designer
the
baby
soul
right
forge forges the soul, and then the steel
Yeah,
forge
yeah,
is because your
yeah.
parents wove you
Oh,
together with
That's
nothing.
I like that. Yeah.
Even
So
if
basically,
you
Go ahead.
If you have used potentially pieces of yourself or something to like, or add something to like make.
yeah.
kid.
So I would say that the Soul Forge is like this giant anvil, right? And there's two sides of it, and you have like two slots. So the two people who are joining to make a baby kind of put both of their kind of like quote unquote life force together, and it kind of goes and it kind of compresses that into like a gem, like a spirit gem,
Yes.
and yeah, and that's the core. So
Okay, so my character would see that if it's being made out of purified, pure steel-born souls, then yeah, that's a pure baby right there. It's all
yeah,
good. Yeah.
so they would then put build the body of the child, the person, the thing, and then insert that soul into it.
Okay, so
Are they built as little tiny people, or are they actually built as normal sized fetus and just like?
I almost want to say like they want to replicate humans to a point, or like mortals to a point where they just they build them small and then kind of like teach them the things, and as they get
Graduate,
older,
yeah,
they
yeah.
just new legs,
Yeah, upgrade 'em.
Nick,
Yeah.
can you move this picture for me
You just expand them.
next to the marches? 14.
Which one do you need moved? This one.
This yeah, thank you. Just drawing out my borders. Got big plans.
Stupid. All right.
Why
Yeah.
do you think I need a giant robot to defend this? Why? The big.
Because you got dictators over here.
Ah, damn it! You messed it up.
That swoop though.
Just,
Yeah.
up it goes. We're gonna take over the North Pole.
Do you want me to get you a circle stamp there, Fred, or are you okay with the way it is?
Oh, I chose that because I never had a square token before.
Cool, that works with me. Just want to make sure you're okay with it.
Damn it, Fred, you fucked it up.
Well, guess who's dying? Session 1.
It's you.
Probably.
I don't even like circle tokens. I like square tokens better, but everyone keeps making circle tokens, and I'm like, you gotta go with the
I think circle tokens look nicer, but if you're making a really big monster, you
Yeah.
should go for a square one so you know what's what.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
And I like to keep everything the same. That's why I just do squares, because. But also, I like squares better because they look like pictures to me. And you get more art in it. And less
Yeah, my
dead zone.
character would just be like crushed. Well, I guess I just use the face, but whatever.
And technically, you can make square tokens with frames around it, so it's the same.
Yeah, it's true. I'm gonna go do that.
Sure.
I don't know, I feel like aesthetically circles more. Just a cleaner look about them to me.
Like I said, I don't care what players have as their tokens. Just trying not to use the ones that I have deemed for the royalty unless we have a specific reason for it.
Also,
What
I'm
if
at
you're a
least set in my
changeling
ways.
and you want to be the royalty?
Well,
I talked
to
about that.
dictate, so we yeah, we already said that.
And if you like take the noble background, you get a token with a special thing. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Hmm. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
oh.
What's up?
I was wondering, I guess regarding the technologically advanced, guess it's like basic medieval. I'm thinking, how often would he, I guess my character, have seen wrestling in front of, like, I'm trying to think if he would
Wrestling
be
would be a very kind of like a play. You'd have to go out and watch it. It would not be like you'd be able to be at home and be like, I was just catching some wrestling on the tube.
That
Alright,
also could be a
Why,
good
yeah.
yes, too.
this super ascending stone slab that goes in every modern.
That could also be a big thing to you too.
That is
No,
a
like-
thing, but
no,
only in
So think about it like this. So like maybe wrestling as well isn't as popular because wrestling, like, you don't see blood. It's not like people aren't really like right, like there's not a lot of like beating the shit out of each other to near death, right? It's more of just like wrestling them, pinning them, all that kind of stuff. Maybe that could be another thing too, where it's like wrestling's kind of falling out of favor, and you're trying to also bring that back. So while everyone's trying to beat the shit out of you, you're just trying to wrestle them.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking with. That's what I was thinking with the springy arms, with it like would give, I guess, a cosmetic advantage at some point if he tries to break them out. Because just fighting someone that's probably going to be another monk again and again might seem boring, but going after someone with like a chain whip or a guy that uh just has this big screw you hammer,
I mean, you're
or
wrestling, right? Steel chairs and ladders and sledgehammer.
yeah, just more like it's a fighting arena rather than wrestling, and he's trying to put wrestling back on the map because
Did you take the tavern brawler?
I mean, no, he did not take the tavern brawler.
Doesn't tavern brawler let you use improvised weapons with proficiency?
Well, he's not using it because that's not. No, I'm talking about the opponents he's fighting, not him.
Oh,
Like his opponents would be using probably weapons, probably magic abilities, something that is flashy, but something that's intended to. Oh no, you're going to the hospital for a long
Yeah,
time,
it's
if
like-
not the morgue.
It's like bad form or something, right? Like that's what it used to be, but now it's just like accepted because, like someone did it, and then the crowd cheered, and then everyone was like, wait, the crowd likes this. So then people slowly started doing it more and more and more, and because it used to be rules that you shouldn't be able to do it, but then once they're like, we're making more money, let them do it, right? Type deal.
Right. And goodness, what was I gonna say? And I'm thinking, hey, people get hurt a lot easier. They're not able to receive their full potential. Someone is like, okay, I wrestled you, you're down, going back for another fight. Just kind of like, okay, you're stronger because now you have this experience, now you have that experience, and you're able to give me a much better fight than you were 2 years ago, or even 2 months ago. It's like there is a depth to it that the public only seems to witness the surface level, and that's what current fighting and arena matches are favoring.
okay.
Even like the evil corporations, like we make so much extra money now, even if someone does get hurt or even die, we can just pay off their whatever expenses.
Exactly,
they
it's
need
the
to.
cost of doing business.
Yeah.
Okay, that should fix it there. Murders. Also, I wasn't sure if you changed it to Victor or.
I did. Did you change that back?
No, you changed it to Victor, and I made it your token say Victor, so that's what I did. I don't know if you
okay.
changed it back.
Well, change it back.
Okay.
I decided, fuck it. He's Victor Frankenstein already. Might as well just have his name be Victor. It's easier to remember.
Yeah. Also, I can't see any of their names, so you must not have them shown.
Yeah, there. I am square now. I have a better view of my. You have a better view of my character.
Yeah. Now you're actually like a picture.
Yeah. I realized, fuck it. Just because he was a fucking Duragar, I don't need a Duragar name. Fuck that.
Oh, was he Durgar? I thought you said he was Dragonborn.
No, he's
Hey,
Duragar.
Fair.
But he can speak.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if you
Draconic,
look at my
right?
characters, obviously they don't have like.
No, he can't. He can't speak Draconic. That was a. That was a joke about which language was the most German.
I
but
still
even
say it's
then,
Sylvan
even
for
if he
historical
speaks
sake.
Common, Goblin, Dwarvish, and Undercommon.
I mean, it makes sense if you change your name. Like that was your old dwarven name.
Yeah,
or
yeah,
your
yeah,
dwarven
yeah.
name. This is
That
my
was
new
his name.
Warforged. Yeah.
He kept his last name though.
Fair enough, guys.
Wait, what?
I said fair enough.
About what?
Changing your names. I'm just like, that was your old name. This is your new name now.
Sure.
Your new body.
Yeah.
Your rebirth.
Like I said, sure, guys. Whatever you want to do.
Yeah.
I'm
He just
easy.
changed his first name though. He kept his last one.
Okay, so
the
I mean,
Igor died that night.
That night, Darmir died and Victor was born.
So does that mean once you get your parents to change, that you can change your last name too?
Yes.
But, so Fred,
Hell,
Time to kill your parents!
so Fred, you're
Hey,
you're,
Mom, Dad. Guess what? Draws 2 guns, shoots them both in the head. All right, gotta get their souls.
So
What's up, Spike?
Fred, your character's like good connected to Josh's character. Josh and Murderous is potentially connected to whatever the soul thing they decide to do or what they work on potentially. I guess it's me and surprise. Like I think I have enough stuff with people. Like just
Oh, yeah.
individual, like nothing special, like this big giant thing I'm trying to like interact with them with, but more like the soul thing's kind of interesting, but I'm still going with the easier way out, which is the helping with the potential you helping me back. But I guess that's technically everybody should be doing, probably thinking that, but maybe everyone doesn't think that way. But yeah, I don't think I have a significant reason to interact with everyone other than the beginning. That's why I'm more interested in, or I need to figure out more about how the beginning's going to work, or how the major thing's going to work. 'Cause I'm probably going to try to figure out a way to connect through that.
so far what I'm looking at is I found a piece of art, posted in the chat, that I thought was pretty interesting. I don't have like, it's not a final thing, but is the most like ideas that I'm having right now. The main idea I was thinking of were like elemental gems, and trying to do something with that so that it's a little bit more away from gods and this and that. Let me see. Cut.
Really powerful elementals. One can be a firewind named Imix, the Fire Lord. God, oh wait, not God. Big elemental of fire.
A big element.
Like, I mean, you're probably not too far off, but at the same time, maybe not Imix, because
Yeah, he's the
that's
evil
in-
one. Yeah,
Yeah.
he's the bad one. It's gotta be a good one. Or a neutral one. I feel like more elemental should be neutral, probably.
I
Yeah,
thought
like
they
really,
were.
they're just elements.
I mean, Therazoon's like the big bad guy of usually D&D, and he's basically an elemental. Or he
Isn't
controls
he basically the god of entropy or something like that?
No, he's like the god of elementals for some reason. I don't know why. His story is really weird. He's in the
So
god of
this right
elementals,
here-
he's gonna, but I mean, yeah. What was this?
More or less. So here we would probably have like the wall in the back, the bottom one, and you were gonna like try and find, your MacGuffins, your items here up at the top. And I imagine that they all have like something that they do while on your person, maybe good, maybe bad. But as to how things are able to change reality, or grant you what you're wishing for or want to kind of suit the needs, I haven't fully detailed out. I
Yeah, we
might
have
look
to-
a little bit more into that. What was it called? Murderous Dragon
Dragon Break.
because this has a kind of like a dragony look to it, scaly.
It doesn't. A Dragon Break doesn't have anything to do with dragons. Just the name.
Oh,
It's a
well, maybe
Skyrim
mine will have. Well, mine will be more in line with dragons.
Yeah, we have to
or
find
something.
we have to find the 8 tokens to make the sleepy eye wake up to give us our wishes.
Basically,
Okay,
and
so we're playing Dragon Ball.
Yeah.
Collect the war crimes.
Collect the war crime.
I
Don't
wish
worry,
for a
guys. I
3-foot
got
hoagie.
this.
To activate, you gotta poke him in the eye.
There's something Armis says to trick him.
Yeah, I mean, has not
That's
poking
it.
him in the eye worked? I mean, come on.
But I imagine it working something similar, not like the wish spell, but more so you kind of similar to the Dragon Bake, where you can kind of warp reality to achieve your goals, even if they seem out of the realm of possibility. So where a wish spell seems a little bit more limited, this can include a lot of different things that don't have to be super
Yeah.
important.
Yeah, because most of the
become-
time, most of the time when wish spells don't work, it's because you're wishing for a specific thing, but then the rest of reality can't accept that thing changing. So like changing all of reality to make the wish work, basically.
And this would be for like example, we're just gonna use Murderous' giant titan monstrosity, Beep Boop, trying to find a power core big enough to support that. Probably not in the realm of possibility without catastrophic destruction happening if something goes wrong.
Nah,
But
I'm
hey.
gonna use that. I'm gonna use that soul forge. Sticking that thing in the big robot.
Oh
Big
no!
robot makes new steel board.
Constantly
He's the mama bot.
put
now.
all of the new
Yeah.
souls that get made into it and burn it in order to power it. Is that
Uh-huh.
what you're saying? Okay. wow.
Exactly.
Wow, I can't believe Fred just said that. So I'm gonna go ahead and just kind of divulge a little bit of the soul stuff. Because
Oh,
he
I
just
thought
said-
you were gonna change the subject or something.
No.
There. Okay.
Okay. So remember I was talking about those big pyres, right?
No.
The reason why the children of Graceville have all these fire powers is because this giant evil corporation are putting people inside those pyres. And neat. So yeah, they're basically the wood for those giant furnaces, basically. So
Soul fire, soul candles.
yep.
They're literally
Right.
tender.
Is that where
So I
the
send my
souls go when
my
they
big
cleanse
robot
them?
around, it eats all those pyres.
So whenever Fred said that, I was like, oh, we're hitting a lot of similarities now, guys. It's basically mirroring the same thing twice now.
I can stupid my way into any plot synapses.
Just saying.
It's how I got
I
through
think-
school.
I mean,
I'm just
so
saying.
Here's the thing, Nick. Mine's better because it's a giant robot. That's just simple. If there's a giant robot, it's better.
If you like robots.
I mean, I guess there's no real reason to hide it from the players. I'm sure you guys are going to be good about not just kind of blowing it. But yes, that is going to be the big. Why are these people dicks? This is why, because they're basically using the children of Gracefield as kindle for their giant
Okay.
temple
Oh, jeez.
things. Yeah.
So I mean that makes sense why maybe Josh could even be in on this or know about this, why he wants to save all the souls.
Yeah, that's what he was gonna find out. But I figure, okay, well,
Yeah.
instead of it just being kind of secret,
That's the way to
but-
connect my character and Josh's even more. Just like, yo, I'll help you build this giant robot if you use it to help free all these souls. Then we can turn them into Steelborn and give them new lives. Boom.
if that's something Josh's character would want, then yeah, I mean that is we can do
Ooh,
that. We can work.
I
towards
know
it.
I know how to connect my character. I know how to connect my character. Damn it, I
Yeah.
don't want to have to do, but I did it. Damn it. That was so ridiculous. Okay, so if they can steal souls, potentially they could have already killed Ballspawn and have Ballspawn souls trapped somewhere within their organization that I need to get to. So fighting against these guys might be a priority for Artemis because they have a bunch of souls trapped.
Yeah.
Maybe
Yeah,
maybe they
I've
burn
already
really well
planned
or
for
something.
Some of these, I've already planned for some of the ball spawn to be within the organization. So yeah.
But I mean, like, if they have them like as candles, basically, right? Maybe they figured out like their souls burn like a long time because of like their somewhat divinity powers attached to them. So they're actually trying to find more of these things. So they're now I'm like, competing against them. So
Yeah,
now I have
that's
to
fine.
deal with that shit.
It's a good quality soul. Yeah.
Yeah, just a way to connect to like having or
It's a
wanting to
good
deal with these
quality soul.
people. Yeah.
I feel like this is justifying a lore reason for you being able to like pick up a +1.
Wait, what?
Like, you know how there's like the 1-up mushrooms in Mario? It's just like, oh, a piece of candy. Oh,
Yeah.
brother's soul. Cool.
Yeah,
Just
I mean,
on the floor.
that's what we're trying to figure out now, right? That's what I mean. Everyone's not bringing up soul stuff, so I mean, technically, if we're all interacting with it, and the bad guys are interacting with it, then technically they can be stepping on people's toes, which means we have to stop them.
I was gonna say, prize if you want, if you think it's appropriate, you could say that you're one of your family members. Is any of your family members troubled?
His brother is.
You can say that your brother if you don't mind, this doesn't have to be canon, but your brother basically instantly combusted and turned it into a fire demon and is, you know, ravaging something or another, and you want to put a stop to that.
Well, I mean, even if okay, first off, it was also worded really weird. Like you're like, don't mind me, but I'm just like, I mean, that's what we're talking about now, so we should be talking about this stuff. I mean, you shouldn't say, do you have a brother? Because I mean, like maybe Surprise does have a brother and already has ideas for the brother, so you can just be like saying like you have another brother that could have right. So like, this is a new thing made up, so we can so no one.
Well, that's why he was asking if a family member was trouble. I was like, okay,
Yeah.
the brother definitely.
But I mean, you might already have a reason why he's troubled. Like, oh yeah, he did this and that and this, right? So I mean, like the idea could be like a new brother that's troubled, right? Like a.
Well,
So-
the idea why I'm saying it that way is because I'm not rewriting his story. I'm asking if there's a place for the idea that I had within his story.
Yeah,
I
so-
understand what you're saying, where he could just make something, but that's not how some people do their stories. So I'm trying to be accommodating of that.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm trying to be more accommodating as well, because like you might be trying to take away something that he already has for his brother and adding something new in place of it. What I'm saying, like he could just add another new brother so he can keep what he has, and then also add something that you're at, like right, like that works for him as well. I'm just giving another option, right? Like I'm not saying he should do this one or that. I'm just like saying like he could do that as well, if you already have stuff planned for your brother. I'm saying, or sister. I mean, you could be.
Or sister.
Yeah.
Or pet dog. I don't know.
Yeah. No one uses like uncle ever, right? Like my uncle, I'm gonna save him like your uncle.
I don't know.
Well,
The idea-
actually,
The idea of pets start getting kind of weird because you go to Rodentia, you see a little dog person, is like he's like, oh, you have one of us, and it's just like he's not quite there.
if we were going with uncles, like I would have gone with Percy, but nah.
Yeah, or Spider-Man, like Toby technically. Gotta save Uncle.
Yeah. Goodness. No, but
Don't worry, my
Yeah,
pets will
Toby.
be some freaky
Toby,
spider
yeah.
mech.
like I literally made a different story with Toby when I made when I was playing in
Yeah,
that
yeah,
other
yeah.
server. So his information's a bit up in the air. So but I mean, come on, he's basically he's trying to be the good Tobey Maguire. If he ever acts evil, like genuinely, he's more of a dork than anything else.
Maguire, bully, Maguire.
Yes, believe me. I was posting memes about that anytime he got like off his rocker. Just like, okay, you guys been looting way too many tombs.
He's gonna put some dirt in their eyes.
Grave dirt.
Yep. Be a grave cleric.
He was actually, I mean, in the original campaign in New Beginnings, he was he was a grave cleric.
Yeah, he was
Worship
he was a
Celeborn.
Celeborite. Yeah. It was when you met him Artemis in the same area. You met him
Yeah.
in the temple when you went to there to see if you can resurrect or what was happening with the bodies of the nobles that, yeah.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah.
Yeah. In the Thursday campaign, he was an arcane cleric because human variants weren't allowed. So, and clerics don't have any I guess, cantrips that deal damage that do not kill. So yeah, I
I
had
don't think
to
there's
go
any
with
cantrips that deal damage that don't kill.
no, as long as it's a melee attack, you can choose non-lethal damage.
But is a melee attack a
does that
melee
apply to
spell attack?
spells?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think
Well,
that
yeah,
applies to
melee
spell
attack.
does.
Jeremy
Spell
Crawford,
attack.
like,
Yeah, it does.
yeah, listen,
Spell
this
attack
point,
is
I've
way
argued with the same person,
Then
not
primal
kidding you,
savagery.
4 times. Every time I showed the source, and he conveniently forgot at some
Okay,
point.
I won't forget. Where's the source?
All right, I'll
So
grab.
I'm thinking the
Also,
idea
if you-
because most melee
I wanna be
spells
sure.
work like you're making a weapon, right? Like you're making a claw or you're making something weird like that.
Inflict wounds.
Inflict
Yeah,
wounds.
inflict wounds. It like would be a
Yeah, inflict wounds sounds very lethal.
Yeah, it sounds lethal, but so does an axe to the face. But you can still
Also-
make that non-lethal.
Well, yeah, but with
Yeah,
a
a
non-lethal axe to the
wound.
face, you don't strike him in the face. You strike him in the leg.
Yeah, you don't. I think
Exactly.
the idea is you don't touch them as hard, right? You just don't push as hard on the body when you inflict wounds. You kind of like hover hand it a bit.
Or you hit a non-vital area that would still take
Yeah.
them down,
Haha,
but
I've
they are
rotted off
not.
both your legs. You get to live. You get to.
It's more like you're kind of sucking their
But
soul
That's what you're-
but stopping at a certain point.
But I can see it as rules as written, not as intended, heavily
Yeah.
from D&D, because it's like we meant to say anything you can like hold back on, and spells you just kind of throw at them and hope for the best. So, but yeah, we said melee attack, and technically this is a melee, so yeah, it's probably one of those things.
Usually I'll allow spells like Vicious Mockery to be non-lethal because they don't kill them. They
allow
just
it
sit
all
down
to
and
be
make you
non-lethal. Who
crying.
cares?
Now you're brain dead. Anyway,
No, you're not
who
brain
else
dead,
worked to
just
cast
fucking
cripple?
crying. What?
Oh, if you hold back on cause wounds, you're casting cripple.
Casting cripple.
I mean,
Not wrong.
yeah. Congratulations, you're a paraplegic.
You shouldn't have fought back.
I mean, I consider like shocking grasp the taser
Yeah,
of
it's like a
D&D.
taser. Stop resisting.
Yeah. It should.
Yeah.
Shatter your bones.
I just can't imagine. I just don't get how D&D is like. Sometimes they're like, oh, we're doing this for balancing purposes to make sense and fairness for like fairness sake, even though it doesn't make sense fictionally. And then over here, oh yeah, this you can't do it with range attacks non-lethal because fictionally it doesn't make sense because you're like you can't pull back on an arrow and be like, oh, I'm not gonna shoot it as not as hard. I mean, then it's not gonna go as far, so that doesn't make any sense. So yeah, you can't do that. And I'm like, I hate you for both of you. It's like why are you making things more complicated for fictional sake and then making things like not worth? I don't know. It's just horrible all the way around. You should be able to non-lethal with anything just so people can do it. But
Fireball.
yeah, fuck it. Fireball, non-lethal.
Yeah, I
It's
mean-
magic. It's fucking magic. It's like explain how you
Wait.
non-lethal. Explain how you cast a fireball. Like it's magic. It doesn't
Did-
exist.
Josh
You throw some
genuinely
poop
had
at
a
them
good
and
idea.
they explode.
I think Josh genuinely had a good idea for how to non-lethal fireball, though. Like, isn't
Oh.
that tied to the character?
Oh, they're going through
The idea
people?
of like you. Well, no, like how with the fire going and not hurting the friendlies and then hurting the people that he thinks are
Oh, yeah.
bad.
I mean,
Like that could work with fireball. You just
oh yeah.
a non-threat is a good person.
For some reason, Chris Perkins misread the thing he helped write, which was the careful spell for sorcerers, which the player said, oh yeah, when I careful spell, I don't hurt my allies with spells. So when she was casting fireball, she was doing no damage to herself or allies if you dropped it right on the group. And he was like, okay, sure, whatever. I guess that works that way. He didn't even like, because I mean, he's not the rules. He's a story guy, right? So after the first session, he was like, oh, that's not how it works, but we'll just let it keep going because who cares? So like, and this
Yeah,
character
Careful
became
spell could
this-
really just work like sculpt spells. So
yeah. So like it for some reason they didn't want it to work that way, but I mean, it could have. I mean, a lot of spells don't hurt allies. Like what is it, like spiritual guardian, something like that? You can be like, I don't want to hurt my allies with it, and it just doesn't. So I mean, it makes sense why you can do it with other spells too, or should make sense why you couldn't do it with other spells. But I mean, I don't know, whatever. I mean, if Josh wants to make some cool ability that doesn't hurt allies, I mean, it can fit the game. 'Cause, I mean,
Mm-hmm.
spiritual guardians exist, so why not? Spiritual flames.
Yep.
Cool.
I mean, even if you have like some cool thing where you're trying to like tie like the souls, like if you are the one absorbing souls, they can be like the souls protect your allies from it getting hurt, right? They like shield. Yeah, I mean, you can like flavor it however you want to make it make sense.
I mean, like I said, it doesn't have to be a part of your kit. We can always just make it an item, and it could be like your treasured item, like the thing. Like I don't know. We'll talk about it some more.
Well, I
But-
mean, it can be very easy, like tie like how I did with the ball spawn, right? Like I have like ball spawn evolution stuff like that. Like he can have like this soul thing, part of like level 1 ability. You start with this item, right? Or with this ability. Yeah, after you figure it out and flesh it out, I mean, I'm pretty sure you can easily add it to your character some kind of way
Mhm.
to make it more unique, and so no one can like take it from you. I mean, I guess like you said before, like the concern of murderers taking it, like, oh yeah, we're gonna take the soul thing that Josh's character has and put it in the big robot too, so he can steal the souls and poop out babies at the same time, right? But if it's part of you, then it's like, okay, how do I get this guy to help me now? I mean, I guess I can
Yeah.
jam him in there, but I mean, that'll be like very
Yeah, and then I
annoying to
risk
do.
putting somebody else.
Yeah, I was gonna
Giant
say,
robot.
yeah. He might fight back.
Yeah, and like I don't want to corrupt the giant robot with a human, right? Like,
Yeah, gross.
yeah. So
It could potentially be the markings on
yeah,
my hands.
Yeah, I mean, if you want it to be part of your kit, go ahead. I'm totally cool with it. It'll help bind people together. If you want to write out some basic benefits that you get after X amount of souls, I'm okay with it. If everyone else is okay with it, cool.
Cool.
yeah. He still has to
You
make
know.
his character. So I mean, yeah, he can. The more inspiration he has to make cool things for the character is probably it makes it easier for him. So.
Mm-hmm.
Even like if you do something where, like I said, I'm still trying to make it seem like it make more sense if you tie it to them, like if you took something from them, so the reason why they're after you, which is the reason why they can keep showing up or be the bad guys.
Oh, I
for
mean,
us.
his very existence is more than
Yeah,
enough.
I mean his very existence, but is his very existence priority one?
It would shed doubt on the whole idea of perfect reincarnation via grayscale. It'd be like something fucked up, but your divinity,
So-
nothing is supposed to fuck up. Like it would cast shadow of doubts,
Yeah,
especially
like-
after what he saw in the orphanage. So yes.
So it
would be
reminds me
priority one.
like the new Blade Runner, right? Where like the idea of the reason why the replicas are slaves basically is because humans have said like, okay, you weren't born of human, so you don't have a real soul, so you're a replica. That's why we can use you as a slave. And like we feel okay because we made up this random bullshit, right? But then the new replica had a kid, was able to have a kid, which means they're able to produce life, which means give souls to themselves. So the people, the company's like, we got to get rid of that. We got to cover that shit up. We got to hide that shit, right? So like, it's kind of like the same vibe of like, oh shit, he's contradicting. We gotta get rid of that shit. Yeah.
Yeah,
So it did become a big
exactly
complaint,
like that. It is contradictory of the faith, and thus is it could be our undoing or shed
Yeah.
doubt, basically.
Even if they try to do something to him and they instead of purging him, he absorbed some of the thing which gave him the markings to potentially do it or something, right? Like to do the soul thing, because now he's become part of the soul stealing thingy or something. That's why he can do it, because he resisted his soul being sucked and instead, yeah, sucked some of it back.
Yeah, but like I said, I think he's got enough story to really just say that it's part of him already, instead of it being like he took something from them. Like I said, the manifestation,
Yeah.
his whole being is even if he didn't have some way of sucking souls, the fact that he is what he is still this
Yeah.
could
Yeah.
shed doubt on our
Like,
face, so.
like Josh can take the next week and like think more about it and work on it, and then the next week he can bring up like, okay, here's all the ideas. What's the best ones? What works the best? What fits? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and so I guess we should probably like hammer out more surprises and Fred's thing a little bit more. Fred, do you seem like you have stuff, but it seems like it's more of on the end of for your character to exist in the game, but it also seems like you're connected to Josh's character, right? Because of the fire stuff, or whatever, from the church. Yeah, and also connected to potentially Murderous's character because he interacts with the group that you're trying to potentially, I don't want to say start a war with, but get them to drop the animal people so they can do whatever they need to do to them or whatever.
I mean, we were mostly talking about character interactions this session, I'm pretty sure, but my character stuff is interacting with the politics around the theocracy, I'm pretty sure. So that's what I want.
Yeah, so I'm saying, like, is that good enough? Like, is there any more? Like, I mean, we've been spitballing a lot for like.
Stand
Josh.
back, what did I miss?
No, I was asking this Fred if he had any other things he wanted to bring up to connect them even more to.
Okay.
Yeah, use it for me.
Oh, my bad. Yeah.
But yeah, just politics. And aside from that, I generally like hyping up what other people do anyway.
Mhm.
Just a playstyle thing. But I get how that is with, like, oh, you're not bringing anything to the table, so
So
uh,
it's not even that. To me, it's like I do this all. I'm like, oh yeah, that's okay. But I mean, are you sure with that? And they was like, yeah, I'm good with just that. And I'm like, okay, right. And then like we get into the game, and it's just like I'm not having as much fun as everyone, right? It's just or like the idea of like B saying like, hey Spike, can you like stop doing things so we look like we're actually doing stuff? And I'm like, no. I'm gonna do everything I want to do to have fun. I mean, if you don't want to make stuff for your character, I'm sorry. I'm not gonna like hold back my fun for, right? So like, that's why I don't want to get to that point again, right? Where it's just like I just want to make sure you have everything you could ever want, right? Like,
What Spike's saying is that he has PTSD. He doesn't want you to fall into his
yeah,
PTSD.
yeah. I don't want you to, yeah. That's exactly what I'm saying. I'm getting too old for this shit.
Yeah, spell man backwards.
No.
no, fucking that's
God,
good. Yeah.
yeah, I fell for it too.
Congratulations, you got me back for Wombat. Wait, that's what the pun was? That's how they got Batman? Okay, I need
Wait.
to post that now because I just got it.
What? What do you? What, have you not been listening?
Yeah, what?
We've been
The Wombat.
we went on Batman for a while. Like it was like a lot of stuff we tied to it. You didn't get any of it?
But I just knew that there was the Batman mask
Oh.
on this picture.
He's talking about.
Oh, we were talking about like Surprise's character being the because of all or whatever.
Yeah, and I sent Surprise this
The
picture
meme, yeah.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
when you guys were talking about Batman.
Okay. Sure.
Okay, I didn't know if you guys were catching on that Wombat could be Wombatman.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
So,
I get you,
and
I get
also, just so you guys know, Eriast's water is mostly uncarbonated, so in turn, Eriast is flat.
Yes,
Okay.
thank you.
I've
Good.
heard that joke about Earth like 20 times in the past week, and I'm sick of it.
Really, my general manager told me it yesterday, and I was just like, you know what, that was real clever, and I didn't expect it, and I hate
Not
you for it.
original.
I get it.
Yeah.
Because it's flat. Like Coke's
Just
flat.
like,
Yeah.
yes. Well, we work with soda all the time, so I was just like, flat soda, got it, yeah, It's like, it's great, and he starts laughing, I'm like, God, I fucking hate
So
you.
is the water like syrup?
It's a joke, Josh. It's not.
I'm just saying, whenever a drink goes flat, it tastes like syrup.
Does it? I mean, a lot of people like syrup. I think it tastes bad.
I don't know how thick your soda is.
Well, it's
It
not the
just
same
If
consistency.
it's from
it just tastes like
McDonald's, it's gonna be real thick. Because McDonald's, I know McDonald's put extra stuff in there. Yeah. Actually, has
But
booze.
you ever had syrup from like a snowball stand?
Yeah. Oh, that's what they're made out of.
Yeah. It's not like
It's like I had to change those drink machines. It's a big ass bag in a box, and you like hook it to a hose, and it just shoots out the syrup and mixes with the carbonation stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's not the same consistency as maple syrup. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. That's why if you ever wonder why like McDonald's drinks taste better than most places, it's because they add a little more syrup to it. Because I've tested this, because I've turned the syrup up on how much we put in the drinks, and I was like, yep, that's McDonald's right there. And I'm like, that's everywhere else without it.
God.
I wonder.
That picture's the best, Red, sorry.
Do you think McDonald's is going to have this kind of condiment posted in memes?
Go find memes.
Say what?
He posted something in memes.
Yeah, McDonald condiment. I think this is going to. I think this is going to catch popularity.
The Mario song about masturbating?
That's what I'm looking at.
posted
Like
that.
in memes.
What
Like,
are-
what are you talking about?
I
you
posted
posted
that.
What the devil?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out
I
if you're
posted in
talking
the
about
wrong meme section. Goodness.
What
There's-
meme
there's
section?
more
Yeah.
meme sections.
I just
Like,
said meme section.
I was posting in a
Iowa.
different server. Different
Get
server.
there.
There you
Okay.
go. There we go.
Oh, Oreo. Okay. Yeah.
Imagine coming Mayorio.
I mean, it's kind of like bird droppings at that point.
I mean, I don't
You
see
know,
the.
it's mostly light with a few black flakes.
I assume this
Disgusting.
is just Oreo stuff. I don't think it has mayonnaise in it. I mean, it probably tastes good.
Sometimes.
I mean, it probably tastes good. Cookies and cream. This makes things cookies and cream flavor.
Mayonnaise gets a bad rap.
Yeah.
This is probably disgusting, but everything with mayonnaise is probably disgusting until you find out it's delicious. So, who knows?
I like mayonnaise. I don't like many things, but I do like mayonnaise.
Do you think you could use mayonnaise as a dip for your chips?
Ooh. Probably
Answer
not.
correctly.
Probably not.
There is a wrong answer.
I don't like dip on any of my chips really.
Not even the spicy queso.
But yeah, on
Just so
hamburgers,
you know,
the only
just
thing
so
I
you
put
know,
on hamburgers
ranch and
is
blue
like
cheese and all those other things.
Yeah.
Totally
Oh,
good with
yeah.
them.
ketchup and mayonnaise. That's it.
Okay, you blue cheese heretic, I'll find you and I'll kick your butt from here to Tucson.
For some reason, I'm okay with mustard. Today I learned, or a few days ago, I learned that I actually like sliced chicken, and now I'm just gonna eat that forever. Like sliced like deli chicken or whatever, because it's so easy to get. You just buy it and like, oh cool, I can put this on everything.
Oh, yeah. You should try the buffalo sliced chicken too,
Oh,
Hmm.
I guess I'm
if you like
fancy with
buffalo
it.
or spicy stuff. Yeah,
Yeah, I do. I guess I should look that up.
yeah. Buffalo sliced chicken is great.
No, because I got wraps and they were just like sliced chicken, and I was like, this tastes like a normal chicken. I'm like, what the
Wait,
fuck?
Nick, are you laughing because we derailed again?
Yeah. I mean, we do that all the
Yes.
time.
Okay,
100%.
okay.
All right. Here, let me
Here's
ask
Phil.
one more time. Is there anything else you guys want to talk about right now, or do you want to
I
just
was I
like-
tried to get into their characters because they're the ones that seem like they can add more. To
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
and stuff.
I mean, that's fine.
And
I'm
then we
just
got
saying, is there
my
if there's not,
PTSD,
then we
and
can
then
just
the
be like
numb, and then
ease this off of thing and do more casual talk instead of like
well, yeah.
strict.
So
In which
yeah,
case,
yeah.
I'll do something real quick. I got it.
Yeah, because
Okay.
last
They
week we
killed another mouse,
last
so I
week
need to go
like
remove it.
yeah last week me and like murderers felt like we would kind of like made our characters like pretty integrated into the world. So I was saying this week we were gonna get like more like Fred, Surprise, and Josh. Like Josh, we seemed like we did a hell of a lot of stuff on Josh. So I was saying like we can like move to Fred and like Surprise if we wanted to try to do as much with them as we did with Josh, right? Like all the stuff we were connecting to and stuff. So that's why I was asking, like, is there any ideas that you guys came up with, like, throughout the course of us talking about different stuff, like the soul crap or whatever else bullshit we just started making up from whatever and started connecting to
Yeah.
stupid shit?
Okay. Also, something I'm just so glad about. It's not God shit. It's soul shit. I'm good with
I
this.
mean, could be souls of gods.
All right.
I don't know how to help you, Murders. I really don't, because I feel like they're
no.
two
Okay.
are similar,
I'm
but
Murder is
I'm
a
happy
genie
with it. I'm
that
happy with it
mediates the
because
soul
my
transfer.
character's soul shit has nothing to do with gods.
I mean,
Nice.
I already said, like, the
okay.
dolls,
You know what?
souls,
If you're happy with
whatever.
that, cool. We'll we
Whatever
won't-
helps you sleep at
we-
night.
Yeah, exactly. We're gonna just drop it there. It works for everyone. Done.
Yeah.
Let's leave it. Let's not talk about it no more.
Yeah.
It's done.
Like I said, you do with your giant robot. You just skip the step about the god part of it. Giant Titan robot. Nope, just giant Titan robot. Don't have to keep going.
Get your Megazord.
Yeah.
Get the robot Shinji. I was kind of curious about where you were leading to with. No, Nick.
I was saying no to what he posted in chat. Go ahead.
I would about the brother combusting into
Yeah,
flame.
so there's a phenomenon inside of Eriast, which I've spoken about, where negative emotions basically well up within. This is the way the Temple of Soul kind of describes it: is that negative emotions eat at the soul to the point of igniting the soul and combusting the body. In which case, turning the body, the fleshy mass, into a kind of like cinder demon kind of thing.
Also known as Taco Bell.
Taco Bell. So what I'm trying to get at is to try and relate your character that you've had someone who has either still not been put out, or give you some kind of reason to either ally or be upset with one of the other factions that the group has, basically tying a story element of, I wanted to take care of my brother a different way than how the Temple of Soul did, so you're upset with the way they handled things. Or B, I'm really thankful they were there to help put him out of his misery, or something like that. Trying to give you another potential lead on what may or may not affect the group, basically. Because no one has, as far as I know yet, a relative who has combusted, in which case we can cross that bridge. So it might be something, very specific to you, but it happens, and you may or may not interact with these cinder demons as you guys go town to town. So
You might be saying
Okay.
we can burn that sibling when we cross it.
if that's something he would like to do, yeah, it could be a point of it combusted and ran away, and no one has confirmed it dead or alive. But deep down in your heart, he's alive somewhere or running rampant somewhere, and it's your duty to put him down, or whatever kind of connection you want to have with that brother.
Yeah, and I assume like Queen's Gambit, sorry, Queenstown wouldn't see too kindly to them. So he would
Oh
not
no,
survive.
they're along the
Yeah,
lines of like monsters at that point.
yeah, yeah. So I'm thinking, I could change up the story a bit of why his family's in Queenstown and he's still, and my character is still where he is because of the trauma of their other son turning into that, thinking maybe the Feywild or something, or just being around a bunch of weird magic all the time might have had this effect, along with just
Mm,
no, that's stupid. I'll
it's not that it's stupid. So the whole idea is the combustion happens to anyone. It can be human. It can be anyone. So
right.
they wouldn't have associated it with you being from a different area because you're human.
Hmm.
Because you're human, unfortunately, that privilege of you being a human is there. It would be more like that person just succumbed to their negative emotions, and it would be kind of a sad thing, especially in Queenstown, because Queenstown is also behind. If this is like where Soul, the Temple of Soul, is like prominent, the second runner-up is Queenstown.
Hmm.
So,
Okay, so Queenstown is more or less a miserable place to live
oh
relative
no no no
to.
no no no, it's not a miserable place to live at all. In fact, vice versa, because of the soul, the outward appearance of it is very nice to live. It's a very sad thing when that happens to people, but because they're so close to soul, those souls are taken care of quickly and seen as they're being put to rest quickly, and not, what's the word, suffering.
All right, all right. Okay, so do they lose any sense of humanity as far as the people
Absolutely.
know?
Yes, absolutely. They, like I said, they turn into basically monsters. However, there is the exception that having someone either of strong mind or body become stronger entities that I'm not really going to talk too much
Right,
about,
right,
but
right, right.
they do have some semblance of self and awareness, but not like remembering who they were or stuff like that. More like if a normal monster has an intelligence of 6, these have like 12. They more than a commoner, basically.
Hmm.
Which I realize is in some cases smarter than most, but
Probably gonna be smarter than my character. Gonna be honest.
I mean,
Uh,
and that's fine. But so having that could give you a lead if you want to pursue that. Um, you
yeah,
could
that could
also,
actually be an interesting point of contention. Seeing Josh's character, giving him hope that okay, well, this opens my eyes. This maybe if I can find him, I could learn. I could turn him back. Maybe.
Yeah,
Just
yeah, that could
yeah.
be an idea, and then later down the line, if you come in good terms or like the ideas that Murderous is preaching, you might be able to save him, put him in a different body.
Mm.
You would also know that I guess my character has the ability to find their, I
Yeah,
guess,
yeah,
person, stuff
yeah,
like
yeah,
that.
yeah. You'll be able to kind of locate and do all those things. Those are kind of innate.
Yeah,
So
but is there like a range limit, or you can't really
yeah,
distinguish between one?
it's like
Yeah.
it's not gonna be like I walk into a city and I absolutely bing, something pings unless they're like kind of close. There's gonna
Mhm.
be like some range. It's not gonna be just like in the city, but that's
Oh.
also gonna be kind of like a story motivated thing where I'll kind of introduce things as it goes sporadically, so it's not just like you guys go to every time. Do I sense anything? Do I sense anything? Do I sense anything? So it's not just you.
Exactly. I don't want this thing to be so quickly resolved.
Oh no, no.
Yeah.
Like I said, I'm going to try and approach everyone's bits and pieces of stories equally spread out. Obviously, if for example, Fred's and Murderous's kind of stories kind of are closer together at the time. At the time, I'm not saying all the time. Then they might get two back-to-back things because it's kind of close, similar. But then it would be followed up with like something for you and Josh, or Spike, or X or Y. I just want to make it so that it flows a little bit different. I'm not trying to railroad anyone's
Yeah.
particular goals.
As long
is
as
what I'm
there's
saying.
stuff to be done, and it's not just like, what do you want to do? It's like, I don't know. What do you want to do? Well, I have this to do. It's like, okay, let's go do that. Oh, okay, we do it. Now what? What do you want to do? It's like, I don't know. What do you want to do? I'll do. Like, right? It's just like the same thing over and over and over. It's just like we're just following one person's thing, right? It's like, if we have someone else, like, if I have nothing and everyone else have shit to do, I'm more than happy to finally do someone else's shit. Like, yeah.
Nick, look in the chat. Spike is a square now too.
Yeah. I was gonna say just make the Artemis a square and leave everything else a circle so they can show them as like NPC forms or something.
Yeah, I know. I see it. I'm working with it right now, but I was also talking, so that's the only reason why.
It's one of it's fine.
No, I got it. I'm working on it right now, but
Yeah. So, going back to my character's family, they initially left the city because of a relative was they were getting an inheritance, and my character wanted to stay because this is the home he grew up in, the people he has considered part of the community. So he wanted to stay behind, but
It's your last year of high school. You already made friends, and you don't have to start all over
yeah,
again.
yeah. Yeah, so he wanted to like stay behind, helm the household, kind of, or what's left of it. Now I'm thinking, hey, maybe his brother was particularly close to this family member. Maybe he made constant
Oh.
trips to see this guy, and
Idea.
learning the grief of the situation caused him to
yeah.
So,
What?
if your brother disappeared here, you wouldn't want to leave until you find him as well. Correct? So if you move away, then that's just harder time to find him.
Well, they came from Valencia.
Oh, wherever you are now, like wherever you are that you don't want to leave, could be where your brother disappeared at. If it makes more sense to keep you there, right? Also, Nick, I wouldn't change the token. I would just change whatever art number 1 for the multi-sided token is to the square for the circle. Swap it out.
Oh, you're right. That's smart.
I mean, he wants to hold on to hope, but until he sees Josh, it's like, what can he do about
This
it?
is the place where you grew up in, right? With your brother potentially.
Yep, this is where.
So you wouldn't want to
this is
leave
his
that
family.
for like sentimental reasons as well, like for your brother, right? Like this is the only thing you have left of your brother because he's gone is the places that you've interacted with him potentially. So that's why you didn't leave. But then over the time and you not find him, you're like, maybe it's time for me to actually go out and find him potentially, right? Maybe you're thinking about this, and then when you hear us like, hey, we're traveling, you're like, this is a sign. This must be the time, right? I must go, right? A way to go.
I still like that idea you met him at the docks. It's like,
Yeah.
I still, like, I need to think about myself. It's been some odd years.
Yeah, even
Like,
if the docks get you out, right? Because like the idea is we're leaving from here to go somewhere, then coming back, and this is like a temporary leaving, and you're like, I didn't like I was able to do that, right? I took the baby step of leaving and coming back, but now that this is in my lap of potentially leaving and traveling around the whole everywhere to find this whatever it is, this gets me a reason to also look for my brother in other places too, right?
yeah. Yeah. So, like, he doesn't think his brother is possibly even there anymore. So, going around, fighting people, but trying to reunite his... Because trying to get his brother back, or at least having the hopes to. Whether or not it happens, it depends on how the game's going. Because I know Nick is a fan of bittersweet moments, and I'm
I
kind
mean,
of too.
just because I am doesn't mean you have to be.
That's why I said. That's why I immediately followed up with, I am kind of like that too.
Yeah. We fight him. He's
Like-
a foul spawn, and I have to eat him. It's fine.
I like when you were like when Spike started talking about my character's family. Like, is he gonna think one of them is a battle spawn? Because that would be
I mean,
interesting contention, but
the Spike himself has a ping system set up, so he would know that it's not a boss spawn.
I was going to say I have to write that into the boss spawn ability. I didn't write that in there. So yeah, I have to write it into the level 1 ability that I can sense them as well.
yeah. I'm sorry. I just think about Artemis Ranger. Just because of what? No, I'm not gonna.
What do you mean Artemis
But-
Ranger?
Because
Your
Artemis
favorite,
was the
your favorite enemy is
like
boss
favorite.
spawn.
Yeah,
Oh,
favorite
okay,
enemy.
okay,
You
yeah,
get like you know the location because of
Yeah,
favorite.
kinda. Sure. I don't get any bonus. Yeah.
Yeah. So and Artemis, you know, in Grecian lore was
Goddess
a
of the hunt.
huntress.
Yeah, the goddess of the
So
hunt. Yeah, but I mean, you can think about it like it's not just that. It's like they can sense me, right? So.
yeah. No, I just found the correlation immediately funny.
Yeah.
Amusing.
Okay, Spike, that
Gotcha.
should do it. Do you
Yeah.
have control over it?
Yeah. Also, save it to the sheet just to make sure. But also, I don't see anyone else's HP or names if you did that for them or not, because I don't know if you set any of their stuff up.
I can see theirs.
Yeah, you can because you're the DM. Like, okay, if you want to test it, you go to the cogwheel at the top right, and it should have says exit game. It should be say join as player, and you can click on that, and you'll see what we see. You're probably not gonna be able to see anyone's names or anything because we're only able to see probably the character we control. You probably don't have it set to view for others or whatever.
Okay. So how do I change that? Is that
In the drop down where you got to do that, it should have. I have to go to a game and see what it says. It's like normally, but it should have a thing like another little drop down thing that says like show to who, I don't know, like something like that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I know. What
And you
you're
gotta
talking
go to whatever the last option is. It's like show to who controls it, and then it's like show to everyone or something like that. You have to do it for the name as a drop down for that as well.
about. So I have to put everyone's name there. I can't just
No.
have all players?
Okay. See where it says attributes, and it says like, and you have like HP and all that stuff. Do you see the 3 dotted lines next to that? Like when you go to the
Attributes
settings.
3, yes.
Yeah,
Oh,
3
okay.
down, yeah.
And
So it
show
says
people.
see edit, and it says visible to editors, visible to everyone. So you have to have it visible to everyone. Probably says visible to editors or whatever.
Oh, okay, I see.
And then above the name where it says general, it should be the same
Yep,
thing.
yep,
Yeah,
yep.
yeah.
I see it. Got it. Okay, let's see if this worked.
You should also probably take most of Fred's character's name off, just have the first name.
Oh, well,
Just so it's not as cluttered. Like he can have it in his cheat and all that, but if you have the token, it's probably best to have the first name. This was just representative of the character. Yeah. And once you do it all, remember to save them all to the sheets afterwards, because if not, it's gonna be the same old where you drag it off the sheet and it's like, why didn't it save? I did all this. Like, did you save it to the sheet? It's like, nope.
so basically, do the thing where I
Yeah, delete it off the character sheet and then click on the
sheet,
token and
do the edit. Okay, okay.
Yeah, yeah, and then use a new one. Because if not, it's not going to save whatever you did.
Did I accidentally delete his name? I'm sorry, Fred. I think I accidentally deleted your name on your character. Up to Remy.
No, I changed that.
Oh, you changed that. Okay. Oh, I'm. I
Yeah,
haven't
you can
subscribed
change
yet.
it. You can change it on the You can change it on the token, but if you like whatever you want it to be, right, and then save it on the token.
I
and
was
then
still in as player, not as GM, so I was sitting there trying to resave it to the sheet, but it wouldn't give me the option because it
Oh,
wasn't.
gotcha. Okay, yeah, you're checking. Yeah, I can see everyone's stuff pretty much, so you can discuss. Yeah. Yeah, if you ever work on something in private and you want to see how we see it, it's good if I like a dungeon or something. Like, okay, all the monsters are on the GM layer, right? Let me go check. Swap the player. Like, I can see monsters. Oh, they're not in the GM layer. But yeah, have you did anything with the family of your peoples, Fred? Like, how are they interacting with everything? Because you were like, are you still like the Duke's kid or something like that, or someone's kid?
I mean, I'm not sure if it still needs to be there or if it adds anything. I mean, does that?
Would you
make
like it to
more-
be? I mean, I'm open to whatever as long as
Wasn't that the way we got you to the boat? Or on the boat with us?
Yeah.
Cause you're like kind of like, because if not,
I mean, that
we
could
have
also
to-
just be a fabricated lie. You know what I'm saying?
Well, yeah,
Maybe
yeah,
it
but I'm
is-
saying like how are we getting you? How are we getting you
Yeah.
with the group, right? Because like the idea was like to go
So
back to them
it's-
and be like, these people suck. You should, right? Yeah.
So it still works to get me to the boat in the sense that the boat's in the territory of people that I want to make that I want to disrupt relations in. So just by acting like a prick there, I'm sort of harming relations, but that only works if there is a family tie there,
Yeah, but this
or
is
like
looks,
some
yeah,
other like representation.
yeah, because if not, you're some random one-off asshole, right? Like you're not representing them as a people.
Yeah.
But if you're like someone that speaks for them as a people, right, and you're also feeling that like, oh, this is
Yeah, I don't
happening.
think I'd want to do a thing where
Yeah.
I have a position of authority to be like, oh yeah, isn't that person that went missing and then came back? That was kind of odd.
Well, I mean, what Nick said, it could be like a false thing, right? You as a rogue or a charlatan or something, you could have, like, and the
Yeah.
support of the theocracy or whatever, they could have worked with you to like, just say you were one of these people, like you are an ambassador or something, and like they're like, look, I have papers. This shows me as an ambassador. I'm on this voyage to, right? Like we haven't heard of anything like that. It's like, well, I'm here now, right? And you gotta be like a dick, and like if you gotta, right? Yeah.
Yeah, he's 100% right.
Yeah, that's right. I hadn't thought of it like that.
Yeah, they would have pulled some strings, and even with the since the theocracy has a hold here, even Queenstown can make you an ambassador to here as well.
But Queenstown wouldn't like the animal people, so that'd be kind of weird, right?
There's an embassy here because of the non-aggression pact.
Oh.
Once again, the remember this was all set up for a one shot, so there's more
yeah.
developed story in Queenstown than there is in a lot of other places because of that. So, yeah, there is a non-aggression pact and there is an embassy here in Queenstown for
Which
the
could
rodent
get
people.
us back to the embassy to do the one shot eventually.
Yes, 100%. So that is 100% why I was like, yes, that works. We can totally fit this in. So, but if you guys don't have anything like, yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna say, like, the question is, do we just end the one shot in like 5 minutes because we just turn the guy in, or oh no, that could be a diplomatic incident
No,
to like
yeah,
actually turn everything to fire.
I have thought of it, and that is also a route you could take, which still leads to conflict. So don't worry about it. Whatever you wanted to do, I had an idea for it. So
yeah, that's how you do a one shot. Yeah, you plan ahead. Like, okay, how there's only one thing here for us to do. So how can I like give this as many options as I can, right? However they do it. Yeah.
Yep, you could have either sided with Rodenia or the Queenstown, or you could have smuggled them, or you could do a whole bunch of other
You
things.
just stab him in the face and walk away.
You could have just stabbed him in the face. Yeah. So, yeah, that there was options there, and there's still options there. So, but what I was gonna say, if you guys don't need me and you kind of just want to talk it out for a little bit, I had to go clean up another rodentia mess in the kitchen.
There's another mouse in your kitchen?
He was another mouse.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Like the
okay.
second time this night.
Dead.
No,
another dead mouse.
no. Yeah, so apparently they found another a mouse, and
Not a mouse. Mouse is in Nick's kitchen,
Mouse is a problem.
causing a mess.
so for some
You don't want to
context, the
check
whole
your frying pans.
yeah, so the whole idea was that there was a mouse in our kitchen, and he seemed kind of friendly. He looked like a small mouse, not a rat. And mouse was like, give it a name, and we were joking, like doing some random roleplay stuff with it. Well, they killed him, so that's where the whole one shot came from. But then we found that there's another mouse recently, and so they set out more traps, and they just sent me a picture of the dead mouse, and they need me to remove it from the house so we can clean stuff.
It could be the same mouse returned. He wasn't dead.
So I just
Only
think
made it
it's
back.
funny that we're talking about the one shot thing stuff, and well, she struck again. There needs to be another one shot made in his honor.
Okay, it's his little sister coming for revenge. Whatever it is he was trying to do.
Yeah, exactly. There you go. I like it.
Whatever happened to his brother, like they found out we killed him, and now she's here for or whatever happened to him.
Yep. Yeah. Whatever happens, we don't know what happens to him yet.
Either
so.
way, they're there for revenge. We fucked up some kind of way.
Yep, something's wrong.
But I can let you guys talk it out, and
Yeah.
I'll go take care of that.
It's getting late. So I don't know if anyone else.
Yeah. We could just call it here for the night. If anyone has any last questions that need me answering, we can do that now. Otherwise, you can send me DMs, and I can just send you messages.
Telling me
It'll
that's
probably DMs. I need to go to sleep soon.
Yeah.
So.
Damn.
Yeah, go
Yeah,
ahead. Go
that's what I
to
figured.
bed, get some
Yeah.
rest. I think we made some pretty good progress tonight. So
I will get
Yeah,
some
I'll
stress.
just write down.
Yeah, that's right. Get that stress. It's good for you.
Later.
But
There, guys.
Did I
Good night,
cut
guys.
the surprise off though?
What?
You were gonna say something, but I cut you off saying get
Oh.
that stress.
No. I was saying I'll write the stuff down with the ideas and changes that were presented here, and fine tune it with him afterwards. Him and you guys.
yeah, I think next week we should start with the mechanical stuff, just so we can get out the way, because the talking and chit-chatting can last as long as we need it to go. Right after that, just to finish off the mechanical stuff, so we know any other things like we said, like starting stuff and potentially that. So, 'cause that shouldn't take as long.
What do you mean exactly mechanical stuff? Just
Well, we want to know like how we starting, like how much gold we're starting with, blah blah blah, all that kind of stuff.
okay, all that.
Yeah. Just any other like way we finished experience, right? We talked about experience already, but I asked Nick like how we
Yeah, we're
starting
just
with.
doing it every 3 weeks, right?
Yeah.
Every third session.
Yeah.
At,
So
at the end of every third session.
in between the third. Yeah. Yeah. So anything else we think of like mechanical along the next week or whatever, just we're gonna bring it up and ask like how we should do it.
Do you think this world uses the periodic table as it works in our universe, or is it a new system for this system?
It has to have new
Like
elements
that
in it,
mechanic?
right? Yeah, it has to have like potentially new elements and blah blah blah. Like it's kryptonite in here.
Okay.
But then there's those fantasy elements, but I think they would have a... Oh,
Yeah. He was like, he was saying,
I
it
mean,
yeah. Anything else?
there is, and I'll go over why they're special. We'll do that.
Also, Nick, if,
next
like I
week.
said the same thing I was telling Ragnar. If you want to make these handouts in like how I had it in New Beginnings with the one handout and it has like NPCs in the folder and then each of those things like the nesting stuff, you just have to make a handout called handout or something, and then you just put the one bracket on each one, like in front of a name. Like if you do like this. And let's see, where's one of them? Like you gotta type it exactly how you have it named so I can find it with the same capital as that. So if you do like that and you put that in a handout, just the name of that, it will turn purple. Whenever you click on it, it will open up that handout, and then you can actually archive that handout, and it will yeah, Josh became squares too.
God damn you people!
Yeah, I tried to make it easy. I only have to do one, and I was like, I don't want to do all the three of them. And Josh was like, I was like, God damn it, Josh, I have to do all this.
It's fine. It's fine. It's
Too
fine.
hip. It's too hip to be a square. Like I thought it would be too hip to be a square. Oh well.
Maybe he just thought all the player characters were gonna have squares. And
Yeah.
I mean that's fine too, but the more people who have squares, the less special the square gets. So you guys choose your own fate.
Well, no. NPCs, basically NPCs were circles, remember? So now player characters can be squares.
So, yeah, there you go.
yeah.
That's why I kept my shapes like NPCs looking. So like, because they're like technically were NPCs potentially. Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Them being square, well, we are just well-rounded, you know?
Like I said, you're too hip to be a square.
Squares are more mechanical than circles, so that's why I'm a square.
Look how well they fit next to each other. Like they connect.
Yeah.
They all work.
This is why our characters are connected, and yours is.
Listen,
Aren't yet.
listen, I go with the flow. I am on the roll, you know?
Look, we connect even when we're diagonal.
Imagine me and you. I do. I think about a sin.
Yeah, I mean, we can still touch, but you know, there's space for more.
That was it. It looked like portraits. They look like paintings of portraits. Like they look
Yeah.
like I don't know. I like squares better.
Like I said, it's fine.
Yeah, alright. I won't keep you, bud. Talk to you guys later. Bye.
I forget what I was saying. Fuck. Oh well. Oh, it was the bracket stuff to make things into a sheet.
Yeah, I see it. I'll start working on that too.
Yeah.
Like I said, I'm just gonna go take care of this, and I'll
Yeah,
probably
yeah.
be back
Let me
and around on my computer, but I just probably won't be in voice chat. I'll probably be listening to music or something.
Yeah. And take care of whatever else. Cool. Yeah, I guess we're all good, and I'm gonna go eat. I don't know.
Okay, well, just DM me if you guys need.